Oop, we're already late. Sorry, guys, I'm getting a record of who's on right now. Almost there. Okay, I think I got it. Now, Kathy, it looks to me like, here's who I have: Diane, Stephen, Carrie, myself. Is that it?
It's like it.
Yeah.
I know
No,
Val's
Abby.
going to be late.
Val said she was going to be late. Well, I suppose we could get rolling with this and see who shows up. And are we live? Yes.
We are.
Right. Okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Historic District Commission Zoom meeting. For the record, this is Ray Pohl, Chairman of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. I'm going to confirm that the following members are present at this time. Members, when I call your names, if you could respond to the affirmative, that would be great. Diane Coombs.
Aye, yes.
Thank you, Diane. Stephen Welch.
There's Johnny.
Here.
Very good. Carrie Thornwell.
Here.
And I'm here too, Ray Pohl. Thanks.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
For the record, John McLaughlin just joined the meeting.
John, are you on and can you hear us? John?
I hear him.
Is he muted? John?
I just asked him to unmute.
Come on.
John, we're doing roll call right now. If you could respond the affirmative, please.
I'm sure I didn't do that.
John?
Just-
Okay.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can. All right. Thanks, John. All right. That was it for the members at the moment. Now we're going to move on to staff. When I call your names, respond the affirmative. Kathy Flynn.
Present.
Holly Backus.
Present.
Very good. Thanks. Okay. This open meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission is being conducted remotely, consistent with Governor Baker's executive order of March 12th, 2020. That order, posted with agenda materials for this meeting, allows public bodies to convene remotely so long as public access to deliberations is reasonably provided. This meeting is convening via Zoom with video and audio recording, and we are being broadcast via YouTube on our town's YouTube channel. With no member of the public having to ask to speak at this time, this particular meeting will not feature public comment. Materials provided to members for the meeting or provided during the meeting are, unless otherwise noted, available on the town's website. During the meeting, I'll introduce agenda topics and speakers. Everyone, please remember to mute your Zoom audio, that is, until your name is called. And please direct comments and questions through the chair to avoid crosstalk and to make the taking of minutes easier. Finally, votes taken at today's meeting will be conducted via roll call. Thank you all very much. And
Mr. Chair,
yes, Holly.
Abby is here now.
Very good, thanks. Abby, if you could just respond in the affirmative that you're here.
Aye.
Thank you very much, Abby. Okay, so we just did our boilerplate stuff. Kathy, I have an agenda in front of me. Are there any modifications to this, or should I see if somebody could move to approve this?
There are no modifications.
Very good.
Don't move to approve.
All right. Thank you, Diane. Until Val arrives, we're going to do a alternating Stephen and Carrie. So Stephen, if you could sit in on this, that would be great. On Diane's motion, Stephen.
Aye.
Very good. Abby.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Very good. Diane.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. So everybody, we have an officially approved agenda. So now moving forward on that agenda, we have a few new business items. Let's begin with 3 Gladlands. A board on this will be the regular members that are present plus Carrie. Matthew, are you here?
I am here, Mr. Chair.
All right, great. This is, let's see, a new dwelling at Gladlands. All right.
All right, so thank you. So yes, this is an application for a new dwelling. You can see on the site plan where that's located. It's one of the larger lots in this area, so it should be pretty well protected in terms of vegetation. We want to maintain that level of privacy. Again, this is inset from Gladlands. Actually, there's a number of lots that actually abut Surfside. This is kind of inside, so there's no chance of it really being visible, I think, from Surfside Road.
From Surfside, correct.
So as far as the design is concerned, we tried to keep it fairly simple and fairly, conservative, for a number of different reasons, some client input, but some just desire to keep it simple, if you will. One other thing that we did is the building height is actually 26 feet 9 inches. So it's fairly comparatively, shorter than I would say, a lot of the other houses. They usually tend to range like 27, 28. But because of the design, the two gables forward, we're able to go with kind of a shallower pitch in the middle of that intersecting portion, and actually just allowed us to drop the height, of the overall building. So again, tried to keep it fairly simple in terms of its design. Obviously, on the back side, that opens up to a lot of outdoor living space. But again, we don't want to be seen, and so we don't want anybody. We were hoping that this is pretty well protected. We'll be back in with a larger landscape plan. There's some elements on the site plan that we've indicated, the pool, some outbuildings, and we'll obviously be back in, but we wanted to start with the main dwelling. So with that, just look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Matt,
Yes.
before I put it to the board, could you run down what the paint colors are?
It's white trim, white sash, and cottage corners everywhere else. So,
All right. Thank you.
mhm.
Okay. Who would like to start?
I'll take it.
Great. Thanks, John.
Have a front elevation, please, right there. That door should be changed to a more typical door. And could we go to the rear, please? Okay. That's whether it's visible or not, where it is on the plan. It's got 2, 4, 6, 8,
Mm.
and there's more on the other side. So there's something ought to be done over there. I just say the main thing to me where it's located and it's harmonious to the neighborhood, except on the left side, first and second floor, you got a 4-inch pitch on which should be a 7. On the left should be a 7-inch pitch on that lower place, first floor. It's really not there as a 4 and 6, if you can see it. Can we go to the rear, please?
I think that is the rear, John.
To the front.
Oh, the front. Okay. There you go.
Okay. No, can we go, no, that's north. Could we get that east, please? All right, that's the one right there. That seems to be more about 10 feet out instead of 8. 6 instead of 6 feet. That deck on the left should be brought back to 8 feet. Those are my comments, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, John. Abby, you all set?
Sorry, I was muted. I'm taking care of 2 puppies and they're really loud.
Mm.
But I agree with John about the front door. I mean, even though this place it's set back, it seems it's too bad. It looks like you're making use of the area around the front door, because I would think that side lights sort of in a modern style would be appropriate for this house. But other than that, I think it's a fine design.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay,
Diane, go ahead.
all right. With the north elevation, the placement of the roof walk is odd. It's all on the roof of the shed dormer there. And the shed dormer should be brought in so there's all equal room between the windows and out to the sides. It looks like it was built specifically to put the roof walk on it. On the left-hand side, first floor, those 3 windows should be separated to take up the space. And unless that's the kitchen, they should be, I think, the same A windows. Can we get to another one? That was the north. Here's the east. I don't mind the mulled windows in this particular thing, except the east is going to be visible from Surfside Road on the 2nd floor. Is it not, Matt?
I don't think it would be at all. No. But I mean, look at it. I've been wrong. I mean, wrong in the past, but if you look at the locust map, it's pretty far away. I mean, really far
Okay.
away.
I don't know if it's on the 3 Gladlands is a funny piece of property there. I've seen it a lot, but it's been some time.
I think it's pretty far away. And those
Yeah.
3 windows were kitchen windows too.
Yeah, but I figured that's why I said if they were kitchen windows, but could we not separate them so that they were wider, a little wider than the windows up on the 2nd floor?
I'm sure we could separate them a little bit. Sure. Just cuts into upper cabinetry, but sure, if that's what, if we're talking small things.
Well,
sure,
this
sure.
is just my suggestion. Nobody's making you
Yep.
do it. This is the next one. Okay, what direction? So I can
That's-
get it in my mind. Which south faces which way? Faces out to Surfside or out towards Surfside Beach or into Gladlands?
Faces towards Surfside.
Correct. Thank you.
Okay. I don't mind the 4 pitch because they're porch roofs. I think that if it was a 7 pitch, they would interfere with the windows above and make it look I don't know. I don't mind porch roofs not being so pointy as the other ones. I think probably knowing along is that all those sliding doors will not be seen if it's down there on the 1st floor. And the roof walk is better here. It's not taking up so much room on that shed roof. I don't know why. And the chimney looks better from this view than it looked from the other view. Don't know how that's going to come out. And this should be the west view, which is perfectly simple. You couldn't get it much simpler. So I have no problem with that.
You all set?
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Carrie?
This is a good looking building and I appreciate the fact that it's under 27 feet tall. I do sort of think the roof walk looks a little massive on that dormer because it's not very typical to have a roof walk on dormers like that, I don't think. I'm sure we can find examples around the island, but it's just not a very typical construct, so to speak. But the rest of the house, I think, is really good looking, and I think it's simple, as well as, a large house, but I think you've done a great job. And I do think that area out there, you won't see it much from anywhere. I mean, you'll see the 2nd floor, but the roof walk is my only concern, but I don't see how. I like the fact that it's there because otherwise it would look like a big long ridge. So I don't know how you would change it, except maybe reduce it a little bit. So, because as Diane said, on the back, it doesn't look quite as, I don't know, taking up the full dormer. If you reduce it a little bit so it doesn't do that on the front, that would be good. How long is that roof walk?
I think it's about 10, 12, yeah, it's probably closer to 12 feet. I don't have an actual dimension. I was
bet
gonna
it's about
say
12.
through you, Mr. Chair, is that I think the reason it's probably more successful on the back of the building is because the actual dormer is wider.
Yeah.
And so we could do that on the front too.
Yeah,
I also just noticed we may want to have those posts run continuous.
Yeah, I was gonna bring that up. We should render it so that all three of those go straight down. Carrie, were you finished?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, that was gonna be my first thing, is the post should go continuous, all three of them. The roof, the skirt of the roof walk should definitely be natural, particularly if you're using white paint. I like John's idea on those back porches of raising up the roof a little bit, and you do have some room to raise them up before you start interfering with the windows. I don't think they're going to be visible, but I just think that it's kind of a nice thing to do. I mean, so there it is. Oh, no, I think that was it for me on this. Yeah, it's a nice looking house generally. Should we get some minor revisions on this guy?
I make a motion to hold for minor revisions.
Great. Thank you, Diane. On that motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
John.
Hi, Mr. McKeithen had his hand up.
I was actually gonna see if there was possible to do it through staff, but if you
Yeah.
prefer to see it, I could certainly do that. Most of the changes, I think, are very clear, so.
I'm not looking for too much here, Matt. I know it's time, but yeah, I think you're pretty much in the clear. Anyway, so John, you were in favor of the motion? John?
Go ahead.
No, were you in favor of the motion? I think you were. John?
I'm right here. I can hear you.
No. Are you in favor of the motion?
You want a motion?
No, we have a motion. Just say yes.
To hold for revision? Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. So you're in favor of that motion, John?
I'm in favor.
Yes,
Okay, thank you. Diane, are you in favor of your motion?
yes.
Very good, and I am too. So that motion carries. We'll see you next time, Matt. Now we're going to go over to 8 Lowell Place. Joseph, you're on board, right?
All right, folks,
Hi.
commissioners.
Yep, before we begin, now it's bounced back to Stephen. We're doing a rotation right at the moment, okay? So Stephen's going to be sitting on this application. Okay?
Yep, it's fine with me.
All right, good.
You ready?
Yeah.
Okay, so this property is 8 Lowell Place, which is directly behind 6 Lowell Place, which is an application you saw 2-3 weeks ago. 8 Lowell Place has 2 very simple structures. The oldest is 1850s, and this application is for the 1960s structure. Our intent was to restore this structure, but Bo Wilson Construction got into it, and we discovered that it was infested with rats. It had a lot of pot post beetles. There was a lot of rot, and then inside the entire house is covered with lead paint. And it has black mold and it's uninsulated. So it just became cost prohibitive really to save anything. Once we got done, there would be nothing left. So we're before you hoping that we can, demolish the structure and then come back at a later date with some new structure. And I think it'll be a dwelling, maybe a garage attached to this property. Thanks.
Okay, Joe, thank you. Holly, I'm sure that you have something to say on this one.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So HSAB did take a look at this on April 5th. they requested anything that could be salvageable to be salvaged. I did notate that it would be nice to have as-built plans for the file of this existing structure. It is one of the structures that was been here a long time on Lowell Place. So those pretty much are the comments.
You
Is
have
this the
those
plans right here? Okay, sorry, I haven't seen it since then.
Yeah, those are
Okay.
the existing condition plans.
Okay. Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those were their comments.
Okay, thanks. Now, because, well, hang on a second, Diane, I'll get right to you. Because Lowell Place is such a hotbed of activity these days, I'm going to ask if there's anyone in the queue here who wants to speak on this application. If so, you want to unmute yourself and identify yourself for the record. Do we know of anyone who's here to speak on this? Maybe not. Okay, sounds like there's no one here to speak on this, so I will turn it over to the board. Diane, it sounds like you had a few things you wanted to say on this.
Yeah, first of all, to cover our requests in the past is that if that Joe should get a letter from whoever made the thing about all the post beetle and the black mold and all that stuff, so that we have a good reason to tear down a 1960s house. And we have done that before, and I think it's important to keep it up, particularly to show why we're doing something. If all that's true, and it looks like it's true from his pictures, and he gets that letter just covering what the building is, it looks in too bad shape to try using somewhere else. And if it's got post beetles, we don't want them spreading to another building there. So that's what I would say about demoing that building.
Okay, thank you, Diane. By the way, the letter that's been going back on the screen, that was written by you, right, Joe?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's your evaluation. Thank you, Diane. John?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
What's your view of this?
My comment is one is history. Since the 50s, this little cottage was, I believe, in his backyard. He opened a lot of scallops there. He was a fisherman. And what is there now is the whole sill has to be replaced before you do anything. They're looking at that first, make sure it doesn't have it just continue deteriorating. So as far as what's there, you can replace what's existing. He's got photos of it. He has a right to put those things back if he wants. That's my comment. Thank you.
Well, so just to be clear, John, so Joe is requesting a demolition on this building. He's not trying to renovate it. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Abby?
Hi, I think I'm okay with this, but I'm going to be very strong about whatever takes its place, that it has similar lines and simplicity. I understand that it's a rough renovation, so those are my thoughts. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Abby. Stephen?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I agree. We've got drawings now indicating as-built. I think an engineered letter just to follow up and complete the file. And I agree with Abby with respect to the silhouette and just being worked into whatever is going to be proposed. I believe the applicant's agent, Joe, said something will be going in there.
Right.
So those would be important aspects to it. Thank you.
Okay. Well, so yeah, Joe, it sounds like you want to get an engineer's letter just so we can put in the file.
Sure.
And I'd love to see you keep that door.
Yes.
Well, not, actually, that's not the door. The door looks like it's about 2 feet wide in the picture. It looks really narrow. Is that an illusion?
There,
It's an illusion. The drawing is compressed and on the screen.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I thought it was like this extra special door, like this narrow door. Okay, it's just
Yeah, I
a,
don't think I could fit my fat body through that door.
it's just a regular old 9-light Brosco door, so scratch that. Can we have a motion on this one, please?
Chairman, I'll make a motion.
Okay,
I'll make a motion in such a dilapidated condition, either replace it or approve the demo.
so John,
Too far gone.
could you add something to that motion that a couple of the board members would like to have in there just to feel good about moving forward with a demo on this? And that would be that Joe will need to provide a letter from an engineer reiterating the condition of the building so that we have it in the file. Would that be all right with you to put that in the motion?
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So John has made a motion that includes, he's approving demo, but through staff, we would get a letter from an engineer confirming all the points that Joe has already made regarding the condition of this building. On that motion, Diane.
aye.
Thank you. Abby.
Aye.
Very good. Stephen.
Aye.
Okay. John.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Thank you, Joseph.
Thank you, everyone.
All right. Night, night. Next up, 6 Hedgerow. Is Stephen here? Stephen Rothke?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I am present and just getting my video started up here.
Okay. So Stephen, you're going to have Carrie on as an associate member.
Okay, great.
And then the other ones will be regular board. Okay?
That sounds fine, Mr. Chair. This is not the correct drawing set, however, on the Zoom right now.
Ooh,
This appears to be 34 Maury.
Do you want to screen share? Stephen?
Happy to try to do that. Do we not have the drawing file,
No,
Holly?
we have it. She just
Oh,
picked up the wrong
okay.
one.
Okay.
Okay, great. I just think it's probably better if you guys drive. I wasn't really prepared to screen
No,
share.
that's fine. That's fine.
I recognize that. Much better.
Yeah, hedgerow. There you go. All right.
All right, great. So just by way of a quick intro, I was before you maybe 9 months ago with some renovations to the cottage, which you see there to the right of the main house. So you've seen this property before. It's really a very simple application. Actually, there's a lot of bubbles and stuff that they pertain mostly to the fact that we're making a number of fenestration changes. The house is an upside down house. It's got some unique features. Was designed by Gwen Thorson. And it's got some kind of interesting, flat rubber pan roofs in it and things that we don't typically see a lot of, but nonetheless exist on this house. Probably the main thrust of this proposal is to reconfigure the north-facing dormers on the front of the house. You can see that the existing house has some local symmetries, but overall is kind of an asymmetrical design. And it might be, yes, Ray?
Oh,
Sorry.
okay. So it's always helpful for us to have a little inset of the elevation that's existing so we can look and quickly see what you're changing. But I mean, these photos will do, but now we're going to have to jump back and forth between the photos and your elevations. So,
Mr. Chair, it is formatted that way on the large scale sheets. It just seems like we were focused on the reductions, which are also required for our submittal. But if we could just
Okay.
scroll down, actually, keep going down just before the pictures right there. Those
see,
would
that's
provide the
perfect.
views that you
Okay,
asked
great.
for.
Yep. Very helpful.
I agree, Mr. Chair, that this is a better way to review a project.
Okay.
Okay, so I was just saying that in the upper left there, you can see that there's that local symmetry sort of in the central mass. I guess we would call that the main mass. It's certainly the entry mass, so I think it's fair to think of it as the main mass. And then it's sort of flanked by these various ridge heights on either side, but with two very similar gable dormers. So our proposal doesn't change those flanking dormers at all. It just changes fenestration in those dormers. The thrust of this proposal is to actually remove cut in existing balcony and to sort of reconsider for the purposes of some renovations on the second floor of this upside down house, rather than this sort of A, C, B, C, A kind of pattern the existing front elevation has. We're looking to sort of homogenize it a little bit. And we've now got more of a sort of B, C, A, B kind of pattern, which is, I think we've tried to organize this front facing dormer to situate over the front door. The front door feels a little bit lost in this composition, but we don't have plans to change that. So beyond that, we're renovating a west facing second floor balcony, which I do not believe is visible from Hedge Row or really from Underhill Lane, which is right behind us. But Underhill is lined by about a 10-foot tall privet hedge. I feel there's going to be very low visibility to that proposed west elevation. And then on the opposite gable end of the building, which is our east, we're proposing to attach a small 9-by-9-foot shed for some simple storage. The house does not have a full basement. There is no garage. So we're basically replacing an existing shed program that's on the site with this new simple attached shed on the east elevation.
Holly?
And then on the south, there's just some fenestration changes.
Okay. We may want to scroll back to the east because we sort of glossed over it. There, yeah, there we are. And
Yeah,
there-
right there at the bottom,
There's your
you
little
see that
shed.
attached shed on the on that low gable.
All right. Yep. Okay.
One other comment I'll just make is that this was submitted some time ago at this point, and since then, we had proposed to eliminate the chimney, but I'm not set on that, and I just want to say that that's not a deal breaker. I'm happy to talk about that.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Holly, I'm sure that you have something to say, right?
Yes, sir, I do. Sconset Advisory did take a look at this on April 12th. As we know, this was built in the 80s. This is the end of hedgerow. Comment about the central mass to leave it alone, that it was preferred the way it is right now with this configuration. The right side seems very tall. The staircase was awkward, but it is existing is what there was a comment on that.
Right.
Although,
The right side being tall is not anything that's of Stephen's doing. That's
right, it's existing. And I believe that was because of the loss of the chimney. So hearing that the chimney would possibly come back would be beneficial because your eye kind of draws over there. The front dormer is not helping. Yeah, removal of the chimney. So that makes that ridge seem very large. The changes takes away the symmetry was a comment. The balcony to the right was mitigated with a 1-story wall, if you see here, and this proposal really doesn't mitigate it, and is possible it could be visible based on the photographs that were provided. Don't want to lose the chimney. There's also a comment about the balcony being against the guidelines. I didn't really confirm that too much, but maybe John will have a comment on that. The rear of the symmetry is thrown off. but that chimney helped. So again, having that chimney to mitigate that higher ridge. Those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Holly.
Yeah.
Diane, you ready
Wow.
to begin?
Yeah,
Okay.
first of all, for Steve, he knows I want the chimney back possible. Maybe it doesn't have to be so high. I don't know what the wind thing is, whether it needs to be 3 feet or come it down, but it should go back. We really are not in a position to change the view of the house because this is a renovation and not a new house. The that little dormer, the doghouse dormer, over just off being over the front door, it should look out of place, but I don't mind it. The 3 big dormers are fine, and that sort of a sconset quirk where you have one sort of just tucked in. So I don't mind that. I do think it's a good idea to add those 2 windows on the proposed north elevation front right hand side. And explain to me, Steve, if you would, under that deck stairs, the thing that you see, the gray that you see, yeah, right there. Are those the back of the stairs?
That's correct, Diane. Yes.
Okay. And when it was opposite, you didn't see it because they had that wall with a window in it?
Yeah, if I
Yeah.
could just clarify, currently there's a very twisty, winding exterior stair. That entire area is not waterproofed, and the stair is rather treacherous. It's got a lot of algae and mold on it and whatnot. So the idea was to renovate that end. Again, since submitting this, I've spoken with the client a little bit after Wisconsin Advisory's comments, and we're certainly open to the idea of trying to re-enclose this area. I still think that it works best if the stair sits just outboard, but I think there's extremely limited visibility here to start with, but I wanted to throw out that we're not opposed to shingling in some of this area below what is an existing flat second floor deck and is really going to remain just that.
Right. Well, if you shingled in one side, it would get air on the other. It might not come under such wear and tear. So those are those 2. And if we can go down to maybe the east or the west next. I think the east is very simple. Follows, you hardly have any changes from the existing elevation, and the chimney will come back and be there. I think it would be good. I think it on the right hand side, coming down straight, the front balcony, extending it makes that elevation look simpler than the existing one. So I go along with that. And the west elevation, there's the south. South doesn't look like you're doing too much to it except moving around a few windows. And that shingle, that staircase is under discussion. So let's just see the west and then I'll be all finished. These are stairs these stairs are new, right?
That's correct. And this is where I was suggesting that I'm considering shingling the backdrop right behind that stair. So rather than seeing underneath it, the balcony itself would have shingle below and you would just see a stair come down alongside a shingled wall.
Right. And that window would be there, which is not untypical to have staircase go down past a window. No, I think that makes sense to me. It would be a good thing. So, those are my suggestions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Diane. John?
Yes, can I have the west elevation, please?
There you go, John.
Yeah. Okay, now, it says here that there was a shingled wall. Now they're taking it down, but that does not hamper the fact that to move the stairs back on the inside wall. If there would be the existing, which would be new, is to move the stairs back and have the stairs against the wall, which we usually do, instead of getting it 6 or 8 feet off the wall on the west elevation. The stairs there. They're not interfering with anything whether you move it back against that wall or not. So a couple of houses we've done that we've told them when they put it away from the wall, don't go more than 8 feet from the wall, and they can go back 3 feet maybe.
Hello?
Diane, mute.
No, that's I've had enough. Thank you.
Okay, John. That's it? Thanks. Abby?
Yeah, so stay on that west elevation. I think that far left window on the second floor should be a 6/6 to balance the one on the far right, and maybe just a 2/2 up in the eave there instead of those must be awning windows of some sort. I think on the front elevation, chimney really helps on the actually on all elevations. I think the chimney should be kept. And I like the original design of the front of the house better than the proposed. And all, yeah, I mean, somebody said something about balance and symmetry. I like that better. And south, I prefer the simpler, the existing. Yeah, I like the simpler fenestration, and that's what I have. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Abby. Carrie?
I think the new dormer on the front seems really heavy, and not only on the front elevation, but on the sides. If you see just below it, it's overhanging. It's like overhanging the porch roof even. I think it has to be pushed back. The ridge meets the main ridge, and it just makes the thing seem heavy on that north and on the, whatever that elevation is. Can you scroll up a tiny bit on that east? And I agree with everything else people have said. Fenestration and the stairs. It might be good to see how it looks with the backing sort of enclosed. Because right now it's just sort of flying, and I think that backing will help. Yeah, I agree with Abby on the south elevation as well, with the symmetrical windows and doors. But mainly my biggest thing is the dormer on the front. It's just reading too big.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Hey, Stephen?
Yes, Rick.
It looks like the overall projection on this deck exterior stair thing, it can't be any more than 8 total, right? It's like no more than the existing.
I think right now it's 9.
9 total?
9 feet. Yeah, I think on the second floor plan it's called out at
Well,
9
then,
foot.
if that's correct, then you have a very wide staircase going down. You know, the staircase must be 4 feet wide.
It's 42.
Okay. Well, point being, ordinarily when people have like an 8-foot deck and then beyond the 8-foot deck, they have the staircase going down. We're trying to get that closer in, but, so if it's
I
9,
just
what?
Yeah, understood. And I just want to reiterate, and I don't think that the HTC does views these days, thanks to COVID, but this west elevation is not visible. I mean, I tried to be soft about it, but it is not visible from Hedgerow. So
Okay.
I'm happy to talk about it, but I think there's some second floor program things that we're trying to do as part of this renovation. And the fact of the matter is that the front dormer change has more to do with that than anything that we need out of the exterior stair. So.
Okay. Well, I was about to defend the exterior stair, having the staircase out on the outer edge of it. But, that dormer, I don't worry about the symmetry or anything because fundamentally the massing of this is completely asymmetrical, tall on one side and short on the other makes no sense. So trying to maintain a symmetry on that front facade is I think, futile. However, the fact that new gable dormer projects out as far as it does, I think will make it look heavy. So that's my only real concern on this thing at all. If it could be pulled back more, further back from the eave of that porch that's below it. That's the only thing I have to say. Should we get some minor revisions? What?
Can we just scroll down to that photograph, 2 pages below where you're at right now? I just want to help everyone clarify. It's page 19. That picture is taken from the front yard where people can't go and stand, but this is taken from the circle. You can see Hedgerow right there. So I just want to clarify that it is visible, and I'm not saying that dormer is not, but you don't get any sort of relative read on how it sits relative to that existing front porch. So I just would like that comment for the record.
But the fact of the matter is it will project out further than that dormer that's to the right in the larger, taller mass. And I think in that way it will feel heavy. Like all of these dormers right now are pushed back. It's something I don't believe we've
Never approved
in a
right.
long time, but apparently some board did approve it back then.
That dormer pushes out just to where that shingled wall is. So just to help everybody gauge on the front elevation what's really happening.
All right.
That dormer is extruding to there, and I'm just trying to clarify for everyone's information.
Okay. That's helpful to know.
Can I note something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. The plate height of that dormer also looks a little bit taller than the plate height of the other bigger dormers. I think if you push it back a little bit and drop that plate so the ridge doesn't meet the ridge, I think that would probably do it.
Got it. Thank you.
So thanks, Stephen. Can I have a motion from somebody? We think for some revisions.
Motion for some minor revisions?
Sounds good. Okay, on Carrie's motion, Abby?
Aye.
Thank you, John.
Would you repeat the motion, please?
For revisions, John?
Yeah.
You in favor? Okay. Diane?
Aye.
Thank you. Carrie on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Thanks, Stephen Rothke. We'll see you later.
Thank you all.
All right. Now, next up is our last new business item from April 6th, and that is 34 Maury Lane. Do we have somebody to represent?
Yes, my name is Pavlin Vitanov. I'm the caretaker.
Okay. Okay. So your associate member on this is going to be Stephen Welch. Okay.
Yep.
And then the regular board members that are sitting at the moment. Okay. Hit it.
So there's a pre-existing garage. The doors are facing McKinley, and where the proposed double bifolding doors are basically facing the interior of the yard, which is a patio between the house and the garage. And there's a fence and an arbor next to it, and everything is surrounded by mature hedges, and there's quite a bit of vegetation and a very large tree in the yard. So the idea is to utilize this garage as a living area instead of just a storage that it is. And the owner of the house, she's got quite a few grandchildren. I mean, they're literally every 6 months. There must be up to 10 now. So she's trying to best utilize this garage and turn it into a indoor, outdoor, on a bad weather days, you can have the kids and the grandchildren over there. So utilizing the patio and having an opening on the side of the north side, of the south, basically kind of extending this indoor, outdoor ability to have the kids semi-protected without them needing to go through the gate onto the driveway to get an access to the garage. So of course, she would love to have a big door and get as much as possible sunlight. And where you see the 3 windows now, basically that's where the doors that she would love to have bifolding door. They can have a big airy space and basically extension to the patio, into the garage, in and out of the garage, which kind of the idea is to have it more of a playground living space now, and just easier and safer to keep everybody in the yard without needing to cross through the gate of the arbor and going to the driveway.
Okay. So that elevation right there, the east elevation, doesn't appear to be changing at all.
Nothing changes on that side, no.
Okay, because that's the quote front of the building.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. And now I'm going to ask Holly if there's any Sconset advisory. I'm sure there are.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Sconset Advisory did take a look at this on the 26th of April. Although it's not indicated on the application, this garage is contributing. It's associated with the Breezes, which is a circa 1892 main dwelling. This garage was built sometime later in 1938. There is an HDC survey for both structures. As far as the visibility goes, from staff's perspective, I did ask for a photo from what it would look like from Maury Lane what the visibility is, because that's the elevation that you would see those doors. So that although the front of the structure is not changing, which is a good thing. Sconset Advisory did, first of all, ask for the age. I brought that up during the meeting, so I was able to find that on Macris. It was a good idea, but I would hate to see it. And there was a recommendation to have 1 French door versus the 3 that was proposed, or the double that's proposed. And then there was a comment about that visibility possibly through the hedge. So those are the comments based on that elevation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so do we have a photograph that shows the view from Maury?
I did not receive one unless he submitted it to.
Do you have one in your packet?
I sent 3 photos to Kadim and Holly, but I'm not sure if they received it or not. I went the same day and took a few pictures, because that hedge that is on Maury Lane just got hard pruned throughout the winter for vigor, and Bartlett tree experts are treating it for some scale. So the idea is to turn it to a really thick, nice, dense hedge back as it was, but it was getting a little infestation of scale, which required a hard pruning, and it's a little bit more visible in the winter especially, but now that it was just done maybe a couple of months ago. But the idea is to support the extra growth and turn into everybody will benefit from privacy, because they just a corner lot between Maury and McKinley. So the idea is to bring it back to a more vigor and dense hedge. And there is a huge, very old cherry tree in the middle of the yard. And then the patio is surrounded with a perennial garden vegetation, which obviously gets trimmed back in the way back in the winter, and everything grows back. But there's also some suggestion that there might be a little more privacy around that patio by adding some more plant material that's maybe like Rose of Sharon's and some higher, more tree shrubbery-like stuff for adding to this screening effect between the hedges, the tree, and the gardens around the patio.
Okay, let's see how it goes. Thank you. Who wants to begin?
I'll go.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know this house pretty well. I'm fine with this screening off Maury Lane of the 4 doors. I think it's commendable that they're keeping the garage and renovating it, and I think keeping the 2 doors on the McKinley is great, and this is the kind of thing we like to see. So that's how I feel about it.
Okay, thanks, Abby. How about you, Diane?
I'm lost on one thing. On the north elevation, there's a window way over to the left, and then he's got a bubble going all the way over to the right. Is that, he's not going to demolish the building, he just wants to put in 3 windows, right?
So if you look at down below, you'll see the existing north elevation has 3 windows. He's bubbled that basically because he's taking out those 3 windows and just adding one over on the left-hand side. So he's not demolishing the building, taking the windows out.
Okay.
Okay.
So how is he making this building all area if he's taking, I beg your pardon?
I think somebody's moving back.
Oh, I just was wondering, he said, I heard him say they wanted big, aeration and stuff like that. As far as I can see, they are reducing the size of the windows and stuff, and they have those 4 doors, but they're taking out the 3 windows on the existing south.
Correct.
And what are they putting in there?
Those doors. If you look above the.
Okay, so they're replacing those windows with the doors, okay?
Right.
But go over to the left-hand side and go down one thing. It says first floor demo plan.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like they demo everything except the double garage doors. Is that right?
Well, I think, well, I don't think, I know what they're doing is they're taking out the 3 windows on the north side, which we just discussed, and they're going to fill those in and then just shingle over the openings and then add that little window over to the left-hand side. And then on the south side, those 3 windows are going to go away to make room for the 4 doors in the south. Yeah,
okay.
That's the.
Right. Well, I guess the existing building is remaining, and which is important because those little buildings are disappearing fast and probably will be hard to see tucked in there with the vegetation. So I would be willing, I don't mind it as it exists now. And I don't know why they're taking out all the windows on the north elevation, but that's all I have to say on it.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. John?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have no comment at this time.
Okay, fair enough. Stephen?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the fact that they're not asking for a demo on the structure. I have no concerns with respect to the fenestration due to the limited visibility. Thank you.
Okay. Well,
I'll make a motion to, whatchamacallit, approve.
Okay, that sounds good. There's a motion on the table to approve this as submitted. Abby's made that motion. On that motion, Diane?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Very good. Stephen?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. There you go.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, and now we're on to old business of April 20th. These all have established boards. So the first thing up is 8.5 Evergreen Way, myself, Diane, Abby, Stephen, Carrie, all of whom are here at the moment.
That would be me.
What's that?
That would be me on the
Linda.
rep.
Okay, Linda, go.
You had some comments. They improved the design. He made all the changes.
That sounds easy.
Yeah, that's pretty simple. He wanted to stay with sort of a traditional appearance. It's on Evergreen where you have colonials, you have cottages, you have all kinds of stuff. It's very difficult to see anything but the front elevation because of where it's located and how much foliage is still there, especially around it from other properties. So I think he simplified it. And if you want to look at the minutes, go back to the minutes, I think it's going to be better.
The bubbles are a little vague, I gotta say.
Yeah, I know. When he emailed it in from the Cape, it got a little weird.
Okay.
The front door is shown at grade. Yes, he had the problem. Remember, it was at grade.
Yep,
We had to get it up at a grade, so we did that.
Okay.
And I believe he changed the windows because they were all over the place, up and down. And I think that's pretty much where we ended up. It's not actually 29 feet. It's down to 26 and a half.
Yeah, that's.
It was
seems
never
more reasonable.
29, so
Right. Yeah.
I don't know where that came from, but it was there.
Do not know.
Somebody
So he
was
raised it another
dyslexic.
gram. So the
Sorry.
windows all have the same height now. Remember, they were different heights, so they're now all the same height. The
Mhm.
foundation is now shown. The height is actually corrected. I think 26.9. I think that's where it is. And that's pretty much it.
2611. Yep. Okay. Thanks, Linda. Let's see, who wants to begin on this one?
I'll go on this one. I
Thanks,
think it's simple and nice and I'm fine with it.
Okay. Thanks, Abby.
I'll go next.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
I just wondered, on the right-hand side, his windows are 2/2. On both sides of the front door, they're 1/1s.
No, they're
And-
2/2s. They just, you can't see it anymore.
Oh,
Okay.
okay, that's all.
I'll
Other
make
than
sure
that,
they're 2/2s.
It looks good.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. Carrie.
Yeah, I agree. I think this looks fine now.
All right. Stephen, any issues?
No issues.
All right. I think we're ready to go.
Motion to approve.
All right. All
Abby, add 2/2 windows for me, please. If they're
Yes,
2/2s.
then the front elevation main mass has 2/2s.
Okay,
just
perfect.
clear. Thank you, Abby. Okay, so on Abby's motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Diane,
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. That motion carries. Thank you, Linda.
Thank you. I'll be back towards the end of the meeting.
I'm sure you will. Okay, now the next one is features Diane as the chair. So I'm going to pass it over to you, Diane, 28 Duke's
Okay.
Road. Thank you.
all right. Thank you. Do we have Gary?
Yeah, I'm here, and Sharon Hubbard, the owner of the property, is probably going to be doing most of the speaking here. I think she's on.
Yes, I am. Here I am.
Okay. Well, tell us what you're doing.
Okay, so this, as we've mentioned before, this pool is a small pool at ground level, and it sits back 2/3 of an acre from the road, and it's not visible where it's located. And we are proposing to add a wooden fence so that it's not visible to the house next door, and the pool equipment will be put behind that fence. So the reason I would like to keep it in this location is because it works with the rest of my design of a summer porch in the existing house. So the pool is accessible from the main house. And I've added some photos that were uploaded by Kadeen. Okay, if we can just go. Okay, so this is what I see from my living room. On the house next door, there's a 6-foot chain link fence around the whole property and a bathtub. The next photo shows there's an abandoned building. I've had my house for 18 years. This has always been exactly the same. So the windows are boarded up and the siding's falling off and there's plywood right there. So, and then you can see that 6-foot fence. And now this is a new addition to the property next door, which is a chicken coop. And there's some lovely turkeys and chickens that live there. Turkeys, I mean rooster. And this view here is my side yard. I have a lot of land, a lot of grass, and this is where I find the best location for the pool. And then people have talked about this concrete wall. It's actually not next to or behind 26 Dukes Road, the house next door. It is visible from Dukes Road. I have no idea why that got approved, but I don't think that has anything to do with my project. These are all new houses and they all have pools. And adjacent to that one is a new build that has a pool right on the street next to the house. So anyway, that's sort of where I sit on all this. Another point I'd like to make is that my driveway goes to my garage. So I can't just tear it up and put it somewhere else because I built my garage and in a garage apartment so that I would have access, a place to keep my car. So I can't, I can't move the driveway.
Okay.
Those are my main points. This whole project is to code. There's nothing in my proposal that's not to code. In fact, we've offered to move it 2 feet further away from the lot line, and I'm pretty thrilled to have some sort of a fence barrier so I'm not looking at the abandoned house, the chicken coop, and the bathtub.
Okay, tell me something. What kind of pool cover do you have? Do you have a pool cover, or do you?
Yes, it's going to be an automatic cover.
Okay, that's very good. So we'll start. We'll start with Abby.
Yeah, this isn't really my neck of the woods, but looking at it, I don't see a problem with it. It's far enough away from the road. I don't think you're gonna see it, and we can always put in that caveat of putting screening so that you would never see this in perpetuity. Looks like it's 15 to 7 feet off the property line. It looks like it's screened from the neighbors. I don't see a problem with it. The only thing I'm thinking of is I wish it was turned the other way so it went alongside the long side of the house, but that's just a suggestion. That's it for me, Diane.
All right, thank you. Carrie.
I appreciate that you shifted it over a tiny bit. I also appreciate the fence and the plantings. You said the pool equipment is behind the fence, but you mean on your side of the fence?
Yes. So we're proposing, it shows in this diagram, a section that goes across the pool, even though, and that would block forever the view, even if all the vegetated wetlands were cleared, then it would never be visible. But the little pool equipment is right there.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, right there.
Okay. All right, Stephen.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So I just want to be clear, I understand a couple things. The red line shown with a 15-foot indicator adjacent to it. The red line is your proposed 4-foot solid fence, and the 15 feet is your line to your pool equipment. Is that correct?
The pool equipment is 15 foot from the property line, and the red line is the proposed fence that covers the pool equipment there also, and also would block, if it was visible from the road, it would now be completely invisible because of the fence.
Okay. Thank you. And then is there any plant material proposed in front of the, I understand you have vegetation on the, down by the road. But is there any plant material proposed for the roadside of the fence?
There isn't right now because of all the vegetation that is in front of it. So we didn't really feel like it was necessary. It is very vegetated.
I mean, right
Thank
now,
you.
this is wetland. So I
Yep.
can't build on it. I can't clear it. It's vegetated wetland, a third of an acre.
Thank you.
Oh, good, thank you.
So,
Thank you.
my concern would be that, I appreciate the fence. I don't think it's a great thing to be having a pool in the front yard, but I have been out to the site a couple of times since this application came in and I've looked at it more closely. So I guess I am okay with the pool location. I do think that we should, if we approve this, there should be some type of a condition that Abby's dog will bark.
That's my,
Thank you.
Oh, there you go, Diane. Thank you. Just some type of a condition that there would be some vegetation put up adjacent to the fence if the vegetation along Dukes was cleared for any reason in the future. And the reason being is it just would look odd to have that fence sticking up on the hill there a little bit more out of the ground and nothing around it. Those are my comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
thank you. My comment is, in that, those photographs that you showed, the chain link fence or whatever you want to call it, is really super ugly, 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 ugly. I don't know whether you can get, where is that type
You
of
know what?
fence?
That fence is not mine. It belongs to the neighbor and they put it up last year all around the property. It's 6 feet tall and it goes I would say a good 2/3 of an acre around the property.
Yeah,
And that's
so,
supposed to keep his chickens and rooster in, but the rooster can fly. So he's in my yard and he's beautiful. So I'm not complaining about that.
no, we won't complain about the rooster. What's the little fence going to be in front of the pool equipment? What kind of fence is that?
There's
It's gonna
a
be cedar.
natural to weather.
Just a picket fence? Is that,
Yeah, there's a photograph at the top.
oh, okay,
I
okay,
might not have the decorative top. I don't see any reason for that, but it will be a solid cedar fence.
okay, with the natural to weather.
Right. Unfortunately, that chain link fence will be taller than that. So it's going to be kind of silly looking, but
You can go to a 4-foot fence. That's what you have there. So,
Area will help.
yeah, the chain link fence is 6 feet tall.
And the cryptomeria goes along the property line on the far left, but not around to the Duke's Road.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right.
So I was just wondering, Diane, if I might add something out of what Steve said, that it is, we don't put swimming pools in front of the house. So if we could do maybe a double vegetation, for instance, something low around that Duke's Road, some hedges, and then keep the vegetation on Duke's Road, so you almost have a double screening from the road. I think that would be important in the approval.
okay. The other thing I perhaps would like to see is where the pool comes down and joins the front of the house, this two-story wood structure. I would like to see that patio, whatever it's going to be, curved somewhat, so it fits in to sort of the natural surroundings on Duke's Road down there. It's everything
I'd like
is
to
very,
speak to that if I could. My
haven't-
daughter's a well-known landscape architect, does business on Nantucket and in Boston. And she designed the grounds and all the bluestone. And her design is to have orthogonal bluestone and then planting soften it. And my whole property is designed that way. I have bluestone patios in other places. and they're all right angles, and then the planting softens it. So, and she's approved this design as well.
Well, we don't need her approval because it's our approval
Well,
to
I
go forward.
Understand? Yeah.
I
I
could,
understand.
Madam Chair, I could try a motion if you'd like.
Okay, I
I'd
think
like
that
to
would be very good. I think be careful, add about the board, Abby, and add about that the double vegetation that you wanted to have, okay?
Okay, okay, so let me just start with what I wanted, which is to be the double vegetation from Duke's Road, and that vegetation would have to be in perpetuity, so that we would never see it from Duke's Road. Do you want to make that fence 5 feet with no ornamentation, just a board fence? Or do you want to
Yeah,
keep
let-
it?
Yes.
Yes, okay, so let's make it 5 feet with no decorative top. And yeah, no, I have trust in your daughter that she's a landscaper. She'll do a good job softening those.
Yeah, I mean, she's an architect, so this is what she would design.
Oh, well, if she's an architect, then I worry. Oh, well, okay, so Madam Chair, I believe that is my motion, unless,
All right,
okay.
that's perfect, thank you. Stephen,
Aye.
on Abby,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Abby's an I because I heard her, and I'm an I also. So that's looking forward to seeing that improve and that you like your neighbor rooster. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank
night.
you.
Okay, thanks, Diane. Next up is 10 Easy Street. Stephen, are you there? Stephen Thoreau, that is? Or Bill? We have anybody to represent this one? 10 Easy?
Don't see.
Yeah, I didn't
I don't
see.
see him, Mr. Chair.
I didn't either. I just went through.
Should I make a motion to hold for representation?
Yeah, neither one of them are here. Okay, so Diane has made a motion to hold for representation, and I'm going to use the board that's actually sitting on this to take that vote. Stephen Welch.
Aye.
Thank you, Val. Oh, Val's not here. Abby,
Aye.
Diane, on your motion?
Aye. Aye.
And I'm in favor, so that motion carries. Okay, so that's that. Now we're going to move to 38 and 38R Prospect. Brooke, you're on, right?
I'm here.
Okay. First thing on this is going to be the new main house. Board on all of these is myself, Diane, Abby, Stephen, Carrie. Okay? So let's go. By the way, everyone, I know that a lot of you want to speak on probably this application, but I'll open it up to the neighbors in a moment after we get through some other things. Go ahead, Brooke.
Well, actually, Ray, I wouldn't mind if the neighbors went first. I'd like
Well,
to.
that's actually not the protocol. So you present what your changes are.
Okay, I
Then
will present
Then
what.
we're going to hear from HSAB, then we would hear from neighbors.
Okay, then screen share, please.
Thank you.
All right. So the primary changes, there was concern about symmetry on the west elevation. So I aligned the windows. Abby had made a concern about the building being stepped too far to the left. So I stepped that north wall back and put a window in there. And in the process, yes, and there was also concern about the meeting rails. They now are in alignment with the eaves. And
Hey, Brooke,
yes,
to do that, did you reduce the ridge? You know, I'm going to say what I say, you know, I've been saying on yours, which is having the little reduction of the prior application so that we can compare would be helpful. So now here is, this is the prior application.
this is the prior drawing.
Correct.
This was the change, okay? And you can see how the windows are skewed.
Yep. So did you drop the ridge? You must have
The ridge dropped.
on the
and-
back wing.
Yep, and this became a salt box.
Correct.
So it was simplified and we were able to get the windows to align.
Right.
And then in the rear and the east elevation, this was the original proposal. And this is the new proposal. There was some concerns about the dormer on the east. I would maintain that it's really not visible from anywhere. And I would also like to just show the locus map. So this right here is either 40, I think it's 44 Prospect, and it sets up about 6 to 7 feet above our property line. There's going to be buildings here, there's buildings here. So I think that the bulk of this side is probably somewhat obscured again by the grade and the buildings. And then on the east elevation, this is the dormer, that long dormer, and that faces east into the neighboring lot. So again, its visibility is minimum at best. And so those were the changes that were requested the last time. And I think I was able to make those changes.
Okay, thanks, Brooke. So how about HSAB on this, Holly?
Yes, Mr. Chair, HSAB took a look at the revisions on April 26th. On the new main dwelling, the concerns were on the south elevation, the gable dormer is too wide. Then on the east, the shed dormer is too long. Recommendations were to make the south gable dormer a couple feet narrower and separate the windows a little. And then also make the east shed dormer into 2 dormers versus 1. Those are their comments, Mr. Chair. And I will obviously notate, as you all are aware, the multitude of letters that we've received on these applications.
Right, thank you. And I'm certain that there's a number of people that would like to speak on this. So now that we've heard from HSAB and before we hear from the board members on this, I would like to hear from neighbors. So the way this happens is if you want to speak, unmute yourself, announce yourself for the record and where you live.
Yeah, my name is Henry Mueller.
Okay.
And my wife and I own what has been for years 34 Prospect Street. Just recently has been renumbered to be 11 North Mill. We would be the primary abutters immediately across the private way, the North Mill extension. And my family, until very recently, has owned nearly all of this land that is now coming under development. I have 4 pretty straightforward things to say. First of all, I'd like to clarify some comments from a prior HDC meeting that were made and were inaccurate. The acreage that we have now substantially sold was accumulated by my parents running back 50 years. Never in my lifetime, in my conversations in my parents, was that acreage meant to be forever open. Trusts were set up, and it was clear within my family, going back close to 25 to 30 years, that proximate to the end of my parents' active life on Nantucket, that it would be our our opportunity to indeed develop and sell the land. About a year ago, or excuse me, longer, we tried to sell the land as a unit to a developer and got 0 takers. So we have marketed lot by lot, and that's where we are today. Second of all, we developed a plan going back about 10 years ago that is substantially the one that for all the acreage is in play now and has resulted in nearly all of the acreage being sold. That plan has a homeowners association, and that homeowners association calls for a density level that is more stringent than the prevailing zoning requirements in the area. So I want those things to be very, very clear in the written record. All very intentional, all very purposeful. Consultation, not only with realtor and lawyers, but many, many informal conversations with neighbors. And of course, you know, we do appreciate and we are fully cognizant of the fact that we sold land down below this application site to the land bank that wraps around the pony paddock. And that was done with neighbor participation. But for the lower density of the plan that we've created, cumulatively, there could have been many, many more houses in this area. So our plan intention all along has been to create lower density at the end of this development activity. And since there was no developer who stepped forward to do a unified development, we believe strongly that the HDC should go ahead and do their job and rule on each plan as it is developed and provided to you. That's what I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else? Remember to unmute. We won't hear you otherwise, and your name for the record.
Hi, this is Mary Lepre. I'm sitting here with my parents.
Mm-hmm.
Our concern is that the people that bought this lot bought the one right adjacent to it. And they also own another lot on 2 Camilla Lane. That's a home that they just rent out pretty much all summer. And it's advertised as sleeping 18 people. And that has 7 bedrooms. This is going to have a total of 11 bedrooms. I don't know if there's a house in this neighborhood that has 11 bedrooms or a lot that has that many. So I think our biggest concern is that this is going to just be a rental. It's just going to be a party house. I mean, it might as well be the Wero house and rent it out for weddings and events and whatever, because you're going to have 11 bedrooms with however many beds. I mean, the other house has a full basement that can sleep, I think, 6 or 8 people. So this is not, I don't think, being built to be somebody's summer home that they're going to live in. These are houses are being built to be developed and rented out by people that don't live here. Hopefully, if the Act Now stuff passes, then they won't be able to really do much with that. But I just think that the houses are very out of character for what is in this neighborhood. And the pool, I know you haven't gotten there yet, still there. So the water feature, I think, really needs to be addressed. And I know that's further down, but I really think this is a family neighborhood. These are people that have all lived here for a long time. And these are going to just be party houses that they are building. So that is our concern.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, Mr. Chairman. My name is Ann Duez. I live at 5 Mill Street. And I have taken the lead in putting together our neighborhood group, which consists of 36 families, potentially. 27 of those families have weighed in on this application. One person is conflicted. 3 people are sitting in on this meeting. So you can see that the entire neighborhood is very engaged in following what is happening with these properties. You've gotten letters and notes from all these people. Many of the letters or many of the notes simply say that they agree with my first letter. Many others have written quite long letters of their own that are very personal, very detailed, very passionate, and I think give a very clear idea of what we think our neighborhood should be. And that is not a rental ghetto of party houses. It is not a neighborhood with a bunch of water features that look a lot like pools. We're getting on to the other 3 things. We're only talking about the main house right now. But I think I will disagree with Henry and say that I think that in a development like this, which everybody knows is going to have 9 properties developed with at minimum of 18 structures on them, you have to look at this not as a single application, but as a precedent for an entire little neighborhood that should fit in and be compatible with the family Quaker neighborhood that many of us who are on this call love and call home. I, for one, spend 4 months a year on my house on Nantucket. I know that my neighbor Bill Little is a year-rounder. Christine Sanborn is a year-rounder. Most of us are spending months in our houses, not a week here, a week there. And although some of us do rent, we rent extremely carefully, typically to repeat renters who rent for a relatively long period of time. So the letters speak for themselves, and I hope that you've all read them. They are quite a testament to what this neighborhood should be and what it is moving in the direction of not being, completely against what it should be. And that's what I'd like to say.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I'm Ann Lingaman Davis, and I'm on 15 Mill Street. I'd like to just talk a little bit about, well, I'm not only a neighbor, but I also have a master's degree in historic preservation from University of Pennsylvania. I want to talk a little bit about the neighborhood. Clay Lancaster in The Architecture of Historic Nantucket celebrates the ample grounds and New England village feel of Mill Street, highlighted by its central open space. Of course, the pony field and the land bank land. And I think the village feel is really important to maintain here. And houses built with no regard to the context will completely change the setting that has been in place for 200 plus years. High density and scale, pools, cabanas, retaining walls, and parking lots positioned above the open space are inappropriate and completely insensitive to the area. The change will be drastic and detrimental to the well-preserved historic neighborhood. That's all I've got to say.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, I'm Pam Clark. I'm at 12 Candlehouse Lane. And I wanted to agree with Anne and also just say that as a group, the neighbors are, we know that development is going to happen, and we appreciate the Mueller's efforts in reducing what could have been, and also in putting in place in the association deeper setbacks and reduced ground cover. All of that we appreciate very much. I think our concern, and I think in looking at many of the other submitted letters from the neighbors, is to be proactive in ensuring that this is looked at, well, individually. 38 is the one being looked at right now, obviously, but to not lose the perspective of, for example, why the land bank listened to all the voices in the neighborhood and agreed to partner with us in financially investing in preserving this very unique pastoral green pocket within town. And we just really would hope that the HDC will agree with that. Sorry, I'm nervous. I'm not good at this. Anyway, and in keeping with that, this particular submission doesn't seem to be completely taking into account that overall feel. All of this, is started with completely stripped of ground cover. I know that there has been put in place infrastructure for drainage. That has been done, but I think what also has to be addressed with these properties is making sure that retaining structures and landscaping, hardscape landscaping, all of that, all be done in taking into consideration the whole. This is a whole, even though they're all being done individually. It is in fact a whole, and it affects each piece, affects each of the other pieces, and will forever and ever until something gets taken down or whatever, which hopefully won't. Hopefully we can all be proactive and work together to ensure that what does happen does so in the best interest of everybody. And this is not a whiny, not in my backyard. We know what's happening. It's just a matter of taking what's happening and making sure that it, as I said, that it works together. I've been puzzling during quarantine, as I'm sure everyone is. It's kind of like a puzzle. And this is a pretty damn special puzzle. And we'd just like to make sure that all these pieces just go together in a proper way. And again, the water feature's been mentioned. I gather we're going to get to that, but there are parts of this particular proposal that I think may or may not be appropriate. Also, keeping the scale and the density of each proposal in keeping with the whole thing. And anyway, thank you for listening. Sorry, I get nervous when I do these things.
No, you did just fine.
We appreciate your efforts and you're taking your time to let us have our voices.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay. I feel like I just need to say a few things. A lot of what was said is certainly germane to what this particular board is tasked with approving or disapproving. Some of it is not. I think you're all aware that, we as a board do not create the subdivision. That's a different board. It's unfortunate that it's become very popular to rent out at very high rates houses for the summer. That's a phenomenon that is being dealt with at town meeting in the form of a warrant article. We'll see where that goes. What the HDC does is, basically we're tasked with in reviewing architectural features, landscape features, and their relevance to the historical context. So, we can't vote on whether or not this house has 10 bedrooms or whatever. We can only vote on its exterior appearance. Hopefully that's apparent to all of you. I'm very sympathetic to your concerns. With that, I'd like to turn it over to the voting board members. Brooke, I do want to say one thing. Okay, you got your hand up, so you go first. Go ahead.
I just want to address just a couple of things. One is that on this particular property, there's no retaining. I just want to say that.
But I think I got you there.
It's a berm in the back. Berm in the back.
No, I'll show you what I mean, but continue.
Okay. And then the second thing was I did a density comparison, like a ground cover comparison with a bunch of the neighboring lots using the assessor's information. And with I think 4 exceptions. We were, this particular lot was at the bottom of the list of, in terms of actual ground cover consumed. And I think there were 15 other lots that were 23% or greater in terms of their occupation of that particular property. We are only at 22% of this parcel here. So I just wanted to say that, you know, we've made an effort to put this building as far away from this ridge line here as possible and away from North Mill. And then this building, I think it's at 23 feet. And it's, relatively speaking, it's a much smaller structure than this one and this one. And in terms of the topo, there's been some changes, but again, it's relatively in keeping with what is existing there. So I think that's what I've got for now.
Thank you, Brooke. But
Sorry, could I just ask a question about ground cover and how it's calculated?
You may.
Because I looked at what was written on the application, which adds up to 2,788. But if you multiply the length times the width, which is relatively straightforward, it comes out to nearly 3,500. Take away the deck, so it's over 3,000, which is fine because the limitation that the Mueller family put on this lot is 3,500. That's not my issue. My issue is the calculation. It doesn't seem to jive. And whenever I see something that doesn't work, I begin to wonder about everything else.
No. So first of all, ground coverage is not our purview. That's handled at the building department. And if Brooke doesn't meet the requirements for the ground coverage, she won't get a building permit for this. So that's the answer on that. Now, I did want to get back to the grading, Brooke.
Yes.
One thing that I did notice, you are on the back side of the lot facing, that side you're doing a little bit of cut, which is all well and good. But the dark lines are the existing, and the red line is the proposed. So what you're doing is you're filling the front of this site, but what you need to do is you need to basically bring the proposed grade back to where the existing grade is when it crosses the property line. Otherwise, you're grading either onto somebody else's property, or in this case, you're grading out into the road. So that red line needs to return on itself in the middle contour that's running right through the middle of your house. Go ahead.
This lot and this lot are being managed together, so we are able to.
No, I'm not talking about that.
Oh, right here.
Look at the dark line that runs right through the middle of the house.
Yep.
Now look at the red line that forks off. It goes right out into the road.
Oh, right.
That means
Okay.
that you're filling 1 foot into the road.
Right. So it should come around like this.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. Sorry. Yep.
All right.
Got it.
So, anyway, I just wanted to make sure that that was said before we started into the comments on the architecture. Who would like to begin on this?
I'll go, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Stephen.
I just want to pick up, Brooke, on the grading. It's something that's been a concern of mine from the beginning. And I think our chairman points out something that's of critical importance, and it's not simply just a matter of returning that line. And by raising the grade on the house side a foot, you still need to either slope or retain at the street, Birdsong Lane. So that's a concern. The other thing that's a concern for me has to do with, I'll segue from the grading to the height above North Mill Street and above Mill Street, which is much lower. And this is visible from that location, especially with a lot of the clear cutting that's gone on. I want to touch on that, but I want to touch on it in the against the background of setting. I think it should almost go without saying, and I think we all agree that setting is important to every application. It's not the concerns the neighbors have about viewing this amongst other new homes that will be proposed. Saying that, I'm just simply stating that at the HDC, I think we all agree that that's an important aspect of what we do. is not just reviewing the individual architecture, but the architecture of what the setting is. Along those lines, I think that the massing, here I'm coming full circle, the massing of the structure it's tall for its location. It is basically a house on a hill, which we've been twice bitten on, more so than I can count. And viewable from North Mill, viewable from Mill Street. I think that that is a concern. And I think that if we then segue over to the north elevation, structure is some 12 or 15 feet off of Birdsong Lane. There are complications of grading and fill, and then you're adding some 28.5 feet tall structure so close to the street is a concern. The next concern is the addition to the right, again on the north elevation. Historically, I think what we'd see, actually, I'm fairly confident what we would see there, I'm sure there are exceptions, is that that eave line would be lower than the primary eave line. Yep. And it would also be the width left to right of the structure would be more proportionately smaller. So in a 3-bay, you might see a 1-bay or a 1.5 space, but you wouldn't see a full 2-bay in the town proper. The other thing yeah, that's great. 3-bay, 10 Milk Street. The other thing that I think on the north elevation is a concern is, for me, this structure would be more appropriate set further back on the lot with a lower eave on the right, or even completely removing the second story and making that some type of a shed roof off to the rear. I understand that changes your program with respect to the west elevation, but that takes me to the west elevation, which is also be visible from North Mill and down lower on Mill Street. And it's just that I think it's a large structure, for not necessarily in and of itself, but its proximity to Birdsong Lane and its height relative to the surrounding area. I think that that's an important point we need to keep in mind, is how tall this will be relative to what surrounds it. If we could go to the next set of elevations, please. Yeah, I think changes to the north and the west will drive changes to the south and the east. I will say two things in defense of the design generally. I think that this is a structure that could be proved in many locations. I just don't think it's this location. And I think that that dormer on the east elevation is actually, it historically is not inaccurate. I have seen these walking around in town, but again, if that were the only concern on the structure, I would not have a concern about it so much, but there are a variety of other concerns. Lastly, I'll just point out that I don't see some comments I believe I made about massing and more additive massing and eave lines in the minutes. And I'm not faulting anyone. I just want to be clear that these are not original comments to this particular meeting. These are concerns I've had all along. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Stephen. Who would like to go next?
I'll go.
Thank you, Diane. Go ahead.
I think if we go back to start at the top, I think the house is too formal for the area where it is. You had two big houses up on Prospect Street at this end of Prospect Street, and they were lumpy big houses, but they were simple. They were dark. They weren't formal. This was not a formal hill. It has gotten, this house could you take it and you could put it down in the end of Main Street or somewhere, and it shouldn't be here. Part of our mission is to try and have the houses fit in the area that it is. And I think that right-hand side, as Steve mentioned on the north elevation, is too big. My house happens to be a 3-bay, and it has a door and a window on the little right wing, but it's closer together. It's not so big and it's smaller. It has to be smaller, the whole thing. And the windows on the shed on the west, the dormer on the right-hand side should be brought in. That all should be made smaller, and the difference between the main ridge and the adjacent ridge should be more. It should be additive massing. And if I could see the east, please. Again, that dormer on the east, on the west, on the dormer on the west with the 4 windows, that should come in and be small. I feel that the that the vision this house gives is so formal that it does not fit into the way you drive along Prospect Street, which is supposed to be what it's a part of, and see a house of this formal vision there. So the south elevation, the right-hand side, the little gable, the windows should be smaller. I don't know, I can't see, but they should be 6/6, not 3/3. You've got enough space. They're way up in the top, and they could come down, which would make that a simpler, or do away with it and make it a 1-story with a roof. Which would give you some additive massing and make something smaller in the house as it comes down from the chimney to the first gable and then the right-hand gable lower, and it gives you a stepway up to the whole house. So that would be what I would say for today.
Okay, Diane, thank you very much. Abby, you ready?
Yeah, I agree with my other board members wholly on what's been said already, but given the nature of the neighborhood, I would like to see a less dense proposal, because I'm imagining that if every lot is going to look like this, it's going to change the neighborhood forever, and it is a historic neighborhood, and it is very unified and harmonious right now, and this will unbalance that whole natural historic area. And on the architecture itself, I think it's a very square building, and I would much prefer, I think of the back of the hill and going down the hill as being more rural. I agree the proposed is too formal, with, I don't know if those are black shutters or not, but I would like to see something more like a 1.5 stories, with telescoping towards the back, rather than this sort of mass of rectangle.
I don't know, honey.
Oh, somebody needs to mute. Hang on. Okay, continue, Abby.
I think I've said that I've talked about in general that's what's proposed. If every single lot gets built like this, it's going to not be appropriate for the neighborhood. It's going to be an eyesore. So I would like to see less density on the lot. I would like to see a different architecture, less formal. Like I said, 1.5 stories with telescoping on the back. That's what I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Abby. Carrie.
Thanks. I appreciate the changes that you did make, but I do think they're not quite enough. I'm sorry. I'm wondering how tall this is. I think there's a lot of things you can do to reduce it down. And I mean, you've got, a lot of fascia boards and freezes, and I guess the freeze is the real thing. But there are things you can do to bring down the height quite a bit and simplify. I'm wondering, the clapboard, is that painted? I don't think it's appropriate for up on that hill. I do think what everybody said about the formality is really important. I agree with Stephen on the massing on that north elevation. I agree with Diane and Abby about the additive massing in the rear. I had some specific questions about, it looks like you have a number of stairwells going down to the basement, which seems excessive. I appreciate the fact that you're separating the buildings to give it some distance and more open space, because that's what that neighborhood is about. The driveway, I don't know when we talk about that, but I think that we thought of. But I don't have much more to add what other people have already said.
Okay, thanks, Carrie. And I too, I think most of what I was concerned about has already been said, but there are two things that I want to get back to that grading thing, Brooke. So the return, the way that you just drew it in there, is going to make it look like this is sort of a mounded site. So I want you to sort of consider more or less staying with the existing grading, which would reflect on the elevations. This is a slope site and we should just accept that it is, rather than create a flat platform. That was one thing. And the second was just underscoring the dormer on, gosh, was it the west elevation? It was a wide dormer with two, the south elevation. HSAB said that the dormer is very wide in relation to the fact that you've got these sort of two windows sort of sitting in the middle of it. So that hasn't been mentioned by a board member yet. And I think it was a valid comment that HSAB had made. So I'm just reiterating that one. So those are my comments. Can we have a motion?
Can I make a motion to hold for revisions?
Sounds good to me, Diane.
Major revisions.
Thank you. Thank you for the motion. On that motion, Carrie.
Aye.
Stephen.
Aye.
Abby.
Aye.
Diane, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, should we direct our attention now to the guest house, second dwelling?
All right. So this was the original proposal. There was a request to simplify it and make it look more like a very simple gable type barn, which this is. And the height was brought down, I think about a foot from the original. Yeah. And I don't know, I think it's a very simple building. This is what faces Birdsong Lane. This is what faces North Mill. And see what you have to say. Take it from there.
Okay, HSAB on this one. Holly.
Yes, Mr. Chair, HSAB did have comments on the second dwelling. Concerns: windows beside the sliding barn door are confusing. Other options should be explored. On the south, odd window configuration on the second floor. Remove small windows. The single remaining window will have more of the simplicity of a barn. Also, for what it's worth, maybe looking into a lean-to type structure versus a gable. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks, Holly. Again, I'm going to open it up to the neighbors, but with the following request, and that is if comments could be made specific to this application that we're looking at, which is the guest house and its architecture, I would appreciate it. So would anyone like to speak on the guest house specifically? If so, unmute and announce yourself. Okay, thank you. And I know that there's going to be comments on the so-called water feature later, but we'll get to that in a minute. Okay, board members on this revised guest house.
I'll go, Mr. Chair.
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen. I'll get you next, Diane. Hang on.
Okay. So, Brooke, something I wanted to mention on this and the other, I do see in the packet you provided building cross sections with respect to grading and contours. So that's helpful. Thank you. I just want to highlight that. With respect to the architecture, I think the structure could come down more. I think on your north elevation, there is no, correct me if I'm wrong, those are more of a aesthetic barn door type of a treatment as opposed to actually a garage entry. I don't see an apron, so I presume that this is all habitable space. And from that, I would suggest that a 23-foot 9.5 is a tall structure. And given, again, specifically the setting and the location of this structure and its accompanying new dwelling, primary dwelling, I think the height is an important consideration. I think if you were to take a foot or more off the second floor, and then maybe address some roof pitches, that I think that this is, much more than less an appropriate structure. I do think maybe some of the length, the 30-foot floor length, if some of that could be taken out, that would be helpful. But I think lastly, that part of what you're doing, what you will be doing with the main structure is going to drive my final comments on this. So these are all contingent upon what I look at next on that. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks, Stephen. Diane, go ahead.
Okay. Yep. The house dwelling is a second dwelling. It is classified as stuff as such and shouldn't be over 22 feet. I believe that's a rule we have. Shouldn't have, as House have said, 2 windows on the first floor of the north elevation. And it seems to me that the gable is very wide and doesn't sort of fit in. I don't know if it is another good way of, if you drop it down 1.5 feet, you make a different shaped roof. But on the south elevation, you have those little windows up there in the second floor. It should be 1, as they said, and the 12 panel things, those are French doors. That faces another lot, which I don't know where lot 29 is. It's got to come down, and those gables need to be brought in as it drops, which would make them better. They're just too big above the first floor of the house. There's no additive massing. Oh, you do have that one little porch on the first floor, but you could bring it out. You've got enough room to put some of that height going on one story in the back or the other side. It needs those 2 elevations, the north elevation and the south elevation, I find difficult. Thank you for now.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Abby, you ready? Abby, are you muted? You might be.
So sorry. So
There we
sorry.
go.
There you go.
On the north elevation, I would like, first of all, I can't read. Is it say 23 feet high?
Yeah, 23.9.
23.9.
Yeah.
And
That's
a half.
not bad, but if you could bring that down, I'd appreciate that. This is the size of a building I'd like to see on that lot, telescoped back. that would be perfect, but that's the perfect world. I would like to see real working doors, garage doors that it looks like a small barn. So I would like to see doors that open and working doors on the other elevations. On the west elevation, I hate to say this, but it's so mundane looking, and I don't want to say it looks like mid-island because I don't want to put mid-island down, but
These are plank frame windows. This is not mid-island.
no, I'm saying it looks like it. It doesn't look like you're building sensitively in a historic neighborhood. It looks a bit cookie cutter, but I think you know, you can work this to make it right. And then the west elevation, can I see the, can you scroll down a little bit? Yeah, but I think the south elevation is just chaotic, and I don't see anything that seems to go together there. And I have the same feeling about the east elevation. It's just too mundane. And as Diane says, no additive massing. So bring everything down and
Can I speak to that for a second? This is supposed to be a barn. It's supposed to be boring. It's supposed to be simple. It's not supposed to have additive massing. So it's either a barn or it's a second dwelling.
well, then that's a problem. That's your problem because it's.
I know, but these remarks are kind of inconsistent in that regard. So I'm having a little bit of a time establishing the vision that I think will work here.
The only elevation that reads as a barn to me is north.
Well, if this stuff was gone and that stuff was gone, that would be a barn in the true simplest sense of the word, but then it would be mundane. So,
well, I don't know what, maybe you're caught between trying to do two different things, a barn and a second dwelling. Maybe that's the problem. If I would like to see, if you want it to be a barn, I would like to see less fenestration and something, I don't know, look around the neighborhood, other small buildings and come back to the drawing board.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Carrie.
I think the west elevation is one of the more successful elevations personally. I think the north elevation, the symmetry of the massing is really not barny to me. I think if you could offset and have a much longer shed roof attached to a more narrow building, the fenestration would work better. And then also reduce a lot of the fenestration. I think that I understand why you're trying to do those barn doors, but I don't think they're very successful because they make it more busy and sort of distracting to what could be a very simple two-piece form. I think all the little roofs and the hipped roofs are not barnish at all as well. So I think, yeah, that's what I have to say.
Okay, thanks, Carrie. Just a few things. First of all, first and foremost, I'd like to agree with Stephen in that, you know, before we sort of pass judgment on this, we really kind of need to get the aesthetics of the main house down. So my comments are going to be extremely limited. I don't mind the simplicity. I think that we did sort of push you in the direction of this being barn-like. I do believe that the use of the plank frames is going to sort of take this from being a boring, inconsequential building to one that's, you know, just quiet but refined. That's the extent of my comments. Can I have a motion from someone on this one?
Motion to hold for revisions.
Can I statement first, please?
What's
I'll
that?
hold my motion.
Go ahead.
I would like just to say, so we know what we're talking about, that
Yes.
on the application, we are seeing, it says second dwelling.
Correct.
If he wants to he wants to name it as a barn, then name it as a barn. But don't say it's a barn and have it under second dwelling, because there are certain rules and regulations that we have to follow on a second dwelling. So we should just get what he wants straight, because it will make a difference when we look at the two buildings and stuff together. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Diane. But I'm going to take up Stephen's. Is your motion still valid, Stephen?
Yeah, and the other thing I want to comment, I don't disagree with Diane, but if it's a second dwelling, it's a second dwelling. If it's a barn, it's not a studio with, waiting for a stove to go in. So I don't want to get into
Right.
semantics. It's simply
Very
a
much.
dwelling or it's not. But my motion does stand. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks. So on Stephen's motion to hold for revisions, Carrie?
Aye.
Thank you. Abby?
Aye.
Thank you. Diane?
Aye.
Stephen?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. That motion carries. Now we're off to the shed. There it is.
Previous version, height 14.2, and these doors, new version, height 12.8, and rolling barn doors.
Could I ask a question, please?
Sure. Could you just give your name for the record? Sorry.
Yes. And Duez.
Yes.
5 Mill Street. The application says that this is a shed to screen the water feature, which previously was in between the two dwellings, which are clearly dwellings. With the little one has 4 bedrooms. It's not a barn. With the quote water feature having been moved to the side of the house, what is the use of the shed? Why are we even talking about it?
Well, it's
because we want a shed there.
Yeah, they're entitled to have a shed on the property. See, that it's bike storage or storage for coolers, whatever they want to store in it. So that's
It's not to shield. It's not really to shield the which is what
It
it says.
doesn't matter what it's for. It's a shed.
Through the chair, folks, please.
okay. So that's that. Let me see. Where were we? So wait a second. Back up a bit. Those doors, Brooke.
Yes.
What actually are we looking at there? Like there's 2 doors that are separated and there's a space in between.
Okay, so one of the things that I've noticed in a lot of applications is that you'll see the rolling doors and everybody says, well, what's behind those? And invariably they open and there's like a big glass panel, voila, surprise. Well, in this case, there's nothing. It's just rolling doors.
Okay, so they're partially opened.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Transparency.
Yep. HSAB on this one?
Mr. Chair, HSAB appreciated the reduction in height and the change of the doors. No further concerns.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to sort of hold on the neighbors on this one. This is such a simple structure. Go straight to the board. Who would like to start on the shed?
I'll go.
Thank you.
All right. So, Brooke, I would half jokingly make a motion that the rest of the structures follow this and we'll be ready to go. I have no concerns. Thank you.
Wow. All right. That would have been a good motion. All right. So thanks, Steve. Let's see. Abby?
The reason I'm hesitating is that one of my objections to this is the density of the lot. So if I okay this, then the other, and we have renovations coming on both of those. So I'm sort of like, I think we should be thinking of it as a whole. So I'm a bit confused.
Mr. Chair, can I comment on that just really briefly, Abby?
You may. I think I might have the same comment.
Yeah, I if I wasn't clear, my prior comments with respect to viewing this in the totality still stand. I was just simply commenting on the architectural elements. I don't think Abby was calling me out, but I did want to clarify for the record that yes, I think this is appropriate, but it's got to be viewed in the context of the primary and the secondary barn, whatever it turns out to be. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. And I think at 20 feet long, I can't remember I can't see the site plan. But it seems like, I mean, I could see half of this. So I don't understand why it has to be 20 feet long, but I'd like to hear what my fellow board members have to say.
Thank you, Abby. How about you, Diane? She might be muted. Carrie, let's jump to you for a sec.
Here I go. Do you hear
Oh,
me?
there's Abby. Okay, go ahead.
No, it's Diane.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yeah. Go ahead, Diane.
I
Yep.
was wondering whether technically we could have this track with the main house, so we didn't have to go over it if the main house did not. Otherwise, I would like to see it smaller.
Okay. I think that the net of all this is going to be that it's going to track regardless of what the architectural merits are. Carrie.
Yeah, I appreciate the changes. I think the dimension could be a little shorter. And I wonder where do the rolling doors, which side do they roll on?
Both.
Both sides?
Yeah, they go this way.
No, I mean, where do they face? Do they face to the yard to access the driveway, or?
They face back to the house.
They face back to the house.
So what you're seeing from like North Mill will be that.
The west, yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's a lot better than
Gable.
it's just in the height and massing, so I appreciate that a lot, and the doors are good.
Okay, thanks. I think the architecture is fine. Thanks for bringing it down. But my own view would be to have it track just to see what's going on, mainly with the main house. Would somebody like to give me a motion? Oh,
I'll make the motion to have the shed track with the main house.
okay. Thank you, Diane. On that motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Very good. And I'm in favor, so that motion carries. Okay, last but certainly not least is our famous water feature.
Moved out of the yard onto the deck. And I think it's definitely out of the line of sight for sure.
Brooke?
Yeah.
Formerly, it was just closer to the shed. Is that what you're saying? I can't remember.
Formerly, it was in this yard. Actually, this shed was out here and it moved
I
this
see.
way.
Against the whole bit. All right, thank you.
So it was a compression of everything.
Mhm. And it is built into the deck.
It is.
Okay, got it. HSAB.
Yes, Mr. Chair. HSAB said, although the size has reduced and it may meet zoning regulations, it is still a pool type structure and should not be permitted unless greatly reduced in further size. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks, Holly. I'm sure that there's some neighbors that have a few things to say on this one. Again, mute your name for the record and we'll take it from there.
Hi, this is Mary Lepre again.
Hi.
46 Prospect Street. I agree that pools are not allowed, and I think that Carrie said it best last time, that if it's a water feature, it should be in your garden. And this is very clearly, last time it was surrounded by bluestone and had a shed cabana. It appears that the shed has gotten moved, but will still somewhat appear like a cabana. And it's still a pool, and pools are not allowed for a multitude of reasons, including that there are small children that live nearby. So there would need to be fencing, and also it's just not allowed. I mean, it's not been that rule was made for a reason, and I really hope that the board stands behind it and says no to a water feature, because this is a really sneaky way of getting a pool. And we live on an island, so we're surrounded by water. They can go to the beach just like everybody else. We all know how to get to the beach.
Okay.
Hi, it's me again, Ann Duez, 5
Yep.
Mill Street. The rules for water features in ROH are quite clear. They can be a maximum of 150 square feet, which suggests 10 by 5, and a maximum of 1,000 gallons. If you have a water feature the size suggested here, it can be less than 1 foot deep to accommodate the 1,000 gallon rule. So what's the point? I mean, are you kidding me? They really want just a reflecting pool? You know, a hot tub I could understand, maybe a 5 by 5 hot tub that was 4 feet deep. Or maybe 5 feet, you get 1,000 gallons. I don't remember exactly. I have a chart which shows exactly what the gallon and size relationship is. But here we're talking about something that cannot be more than an average of 1 foot deep. Unless there's a trick and you have a movable floor, and once the CO is in place, the floor all of a sudden becomes 5 feet deep, which is totally possible with technology these days. So I just have to ask, what is the point? Are we really supposed to believe that the owner wants a reflecting pool of this size?
Well, that's going to be a rhetorical question, because if it abides by the zoning regulations, the HDC, once again, is concerned about the the view from any publicly traveled way of whatever we're reviewing, which in this case is being called a water feature. Thank you. Anyone else? No. Okay, so let's turn it over to the board. Who would
I'll
like?
go.
Oh, thank you, Diane. Go ahead.
Okay, I think that the water feature unfortunately is inappropriate for the area that it is in. A water feature usually is something that is 1.5 to 2 feet at most deep. It has planting all around it. It's not set in a deck. It's a water feature, which gives you the impression that it's got gardens around it and it's tucked in to the gardens. This is not one of those. This is a small pool. I don't know how deep it is, but it is. This is not whether we can just see it from the road or the Prospect Street or any of that. It is more important to keep the area where these houses are going to be part of the streetscape. This is our mission, and to keep the feeling of family and houses and family living along the side of the street. And this is not what this water feature puts forth. So I think it's too big. It's too, how deep is it?
Does it matter?
Do we know? It matters. I'm asking you a question. How
It
deep
matters.
is it?
It matters for zoning.
Yeah.
So this is not a zoning board.
Oh, you're very helpful, Brooke. Surprising. Okay, that's all I got to say. Just
Okay.
think.
Thank you.
May I just ask one question?
Oh boy, yes.
Oh, sorry, it's Pam Clark.
Yeah.
Is that fencing that runs across between the house and the shed?
Yes, it's a picket
Yeah.
fence.
It's a picket fence.
It's
Well, you know.
what we call a type 2. If you look at the little diagram, it says type 2 cedar. It's the sort of fence, the boards that are spaced and have a little cap on them.
Okay, and what height is that?
It'll probably be 3 feet.
3 feet. Okay, I was curious just from aesthetically, from looking at it from birdsong and perspective, because you are going to be looking at that from. from those. Thank you. And I know it's, all right, so that's zoning is in terms of fencing around pools and all that, not HDC, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And, thanks, by the way, for bringing that up, because there is no height noted on this fence, and we
Yep,
really
I
should
will-
do that because it's part of the application. Okay, gosh, where were we?
I think it's, I think it's me, Mr.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I called on you, Abby. Go ahead.
So I was just, that brings up a point that we're just looking at the water feature, but we haven't seen any hardscaping. Are we, is that another application?
This is all grass right now.
Okay, well, then I'm going to advise you to get more granular about your detail, you know, the height of the fence, where grass is, shrubs, things like that, walkways.
How do you get in there?
Yeah,
Continue.
I'd like to see more detail about the hardscaping. And as you know, in historic districts, I'm against water features, pools, and I'm going to be consistent with that. So that's where I am on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Stephen?
Yeah, I agree. Granularity in this particular application certainly appropriate. And the water feature, I mean, I don't know what water feature is, but I guess it's a spot. I'm not going to get into the zoning definition. I know what it is. It's not our purview, but I'm also not going to get into the location or the shape or anything else at this point because I want to see what's going to happen to the primary dwelling. I'm just saying primary dwelling because that's how I referred to it, but we're talking about the main structure that this sits behind. I hope that's okay, Mr. Chair, but I don't think.
Certainly okay with me.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Carrie?
My concern is any sort of pool, spa, anything in this neighborhood that we approve now will then be a precedent for the rest of the development. And we're already working on Main Street in Sconset with pools and really don't want to approve them. And I'm just confused about what our purview is. I think if this were a 6x6 hot tub on a deck under a porch, we could approve it, but this is not that. And it sets us up for more down the road in this neighborhood. And I don't think they're appropriate in this neighborhood.
Okay. Thank you, Carrie. I think it's, everything's been said. I think it's going to be an uphill climb. But can we have a motion on this one?
Hold for revisions
You know,
or
thank you.
track with the house. What about
Well,
track with
but the other thing that sort of came out of this discussion was the idea that we might want to get some more detail on this, because we're not just talking about the water.
Yeah.
We are talking about the fence and we are talking about the landscape. Oh, by the way, somebody mentioned the parking earlier, way earlier in this discussion. And that's not shown on here. So usually we're looking at reviewing and approving the landscape in its entirety rather than just one unique facet of it. So maybe more information, Diane, and
yes, more information
okay, very
about
good.
the area
Very
and
good.
the
Thank you.
and the hardscape.
Okay, sounds good, Diane. On that motion, Abby,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Ray Paul, aye. Okay. Thank you so much, everybody. I guess we'll see you next time. Brooke, good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right, folks, now we're on to 30 Devon Street.
Mr. Chair, I'm kind of in a predicament with my dog.
You need to take some time?
I do. I have to take her out.
Oh, okay. So that's interesting. So let's just, before you do that, Abby.
Yeah, just tell me when is a good time.
Okay, so let's see. This one is myself, Diane, John is here, Carrie. We do have an alternate in the form of Stephen. So if you want to break now, Stephen would come sit in on these applications.
Do you mind, Stephen?
No, happy to help out.
Oh,
A
thank
puppy in need.
Thank you.
Could you sit in for me too, please?
All right, I'll be
All right.
back.
Okay, Abby, have fun. We'll see you a little later. Okay, Uri, are you there?
I'm here, yeah. Hello,
All right, very
everyone.
good. Now, did you get what just went on?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, good. All right, so let's
Yes,
move
yeah.
forward. So this is our new dwelling.
So, I don't know what's the real protocol, how we should exactly do it, but I have unfortunately, the owner wanted to be in the meeting, but he couldn't make it, but I have a letter he wanted to read, or he wanted to present it. So maybe the best way would be I read the letter first, and then if you have
Sure.
more questions, I can explain more.
Yeah.
Exactly right there.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
So, yeah, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's from Irakli Gibladze. We actually had the wrong owner or the wrong applicant in the application. We wanted to change that.
Okay.
I would like to thank you for all you do to preserve the building aesthetics on this precious island that I gratefully call home. I worked in the trades on Nantucket for the past 15 years, and I have had the privilege to work on hundreds of beautiful structures, both new construction and historic buildings. I salute you for your dedication and appreciate everything the HDC stands for. Before we refer to the comments that were made during our first presentation, I would like to point out some facts and aspects about the property at 30 Devon and why I believe this design has the right aesthetics for this area. First, location. What speaks to Nantucket more than an upside-down house setting in Tom Nevers? This is clearly the building of choice in this area. Second, 30 Devon is on an oversized lot in an LUG-free zone area, tucked in on a dead-end dirt road that is not accessible or visible from any major roads or public ways. This is one of the last parcels remaining that hasn't been subdivided, that has over 4,600 square feet of ground cover, which is precisely why I bought it. Thus, a proposed main house of 2,600 square feet should be very reasonable. Yet, I took all your comments and concerns seriously and decided to take a field trip out to Tom Nevers to see whether the structure I created is too big or atypical for the neighborhood. Within mere minutes of my drive down Tom Nevers Road, I found many properties. There are photos later attached.
Yep.
They are very similar in design and aesthetics as well as in size to what we have proposed. Not only were there quite a few of them, they were also all easily visible from the main roads. And may I point out again that my proposed property is on a dead-end street that would not be visible to anyone unless you were one of my neighbors. For example, 4 Nichols Road has 2 full stories, similar width as my building, and is also visible from public ways as well as the main Tom Nevers Road. And take note, it's situated on a lot that is less than half the size of 30 Devon. 18 Parsons is a corner lot that has been recently built and can be easily viewed from multiple public ways. It has 2 full stories, no additive massing, and also positioned on a smaller parcel than 30 Devon. And it's not just newer construction. 20 Chuck Hollow was built in 1984 and has 2 full stories, no additive massing, and found right on the road as well. I was able to obtain dozens of images of new and older homes that verify that it's typical to have 2 full stories in Tom Nevers, and even has been the seemingly preferred setting for properties in this neighborhood. However, after the first HDC meeting, my designer and I did our best to adjust to your preferences and suggestions. We lowered the ridges, we changed the roof structures and created as much additive massing as possible. We shortened the total length, separated the gang windows, shrunk the stairs, and even put in a brick veneer chimney on the main mass to break up the ridge. In closing, I believe this type of design is appropriate for the neighborhood, and since we have tried to accommodate the comments from the first meeting, we can get this approved. Thank you for for the time and your consideration. Irakli Jiblaze, that's the owner of the property.
Okay.
So thank you. I don't think I need to comment more unless you can comment on these photos that we go through. So yeah, these are the examples of, you can see the full height. Eaves are all or about the second story, and pretty large buildings, most of them. The last picture was actually the one before, actually, on the page before, the one on the right. That's a view across the conservation land, which faces southwest, and that's pretty much from the public road. What you can see, where you can see like just really in the distance any buildings where actually the south elevation would be visible from closest.
Okay.
And yeah, if you look at the elevations, maybe. So these overview of all main and secondary dwelling. So on this page, we, as we already mentioned, lowered the left part, the left mass to 1.5 stories, and lowered the middle mass to edit the chimney, and then lowered also the right mass where there was a hip roof, and we added the dormer there, lowered the ridge, and then added the deck with a little covered porch. So that's the north elevation, which is pretty much visible mostly from those all three roads.
You want me on this?
John, you are on this, yes.
Okay, when you get ready.
Yeah, I'll get to you.
Yeah, I think, or yeah, I mean, I can comment on all these. What you can see on both elevations, we added the chimney and lowered all the ridges that we could, except the main mass stayed at the same height, and we reduced the stairs. We had certain heights, so we had to go with certain amount of threads, but we reduced it by 2 threads, or 2 risers, so it's not as long run, and changed mainly that hip roof with addition made it wider, and actually stick out past the west elevation less, which made the whole mass actually shorter by 4 feet, which you can see on the actually north or south elevation. And then of course we lowered the ridge, lowered the plates, and added some dormers on those masses. And then on the south elevation, we can go further. There you can see that again, lowered the right and left side, and added little part of the deck and the covered porch on the left side. I think that would be all for now.
That's it for now? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
What?
I just said thank you.
Okay. We'll turn it over to the board now. Who would like to begin?
I will, Mr. Chairman.
All right, John, you go for it.
Okay, it's a long and lengthy one, but anyway, could we go up 3 notches, please?
Mm-hmm. How's that, John?
Let me see, let me look at it, take a look at it. One more notch, I guess. Thank
Oh,
you.
boy. All right.
Okay, all right, number one. What is the length of the house, the property?
87 feet.
87?
Yes, right there. Yeah, I can see
Oh,
it.
yeah, okay.
From one gable to another.
Okay.
Wait, I'm asking the question, the two people are answering. What is the length of this place?
87 feet.
67?
87. 87.
Thank you. The windows are proportionally separated and not a lot of ganged windows. That's nice style in Nantucket outside of town, like a farmhouse. Okay, now I'd like to go back to the front door is fine. The what is the height of it?
29. Can somebody zoom in on that? 29. Oh, it's 30 feet basically, John.
29 foot one. It's 1 foot below the max height, pretty much.
No, it's not. It says 29 feet 11.
No, 21.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Okay, stand corrected. 29 foot 1 inches. Yes.
Chairman, there's too many people talking at once. It's hard to listen.
John, I'm just trying to get the answer for you. That's
What
all.
elevation is this here? 36. What is this? Doesn't tell what elevation it is. Where is it?
North.
Anyway, north elevation. Let's go with that. Right. The windows are appropriate. Anything above the first floor, all right, in this area is visible from a street or travel way. That's listed. I have to get established with. But that's what's going to be existing and going to be existing. On the right side of the, doesn't give an elevation. Something's missing here.
John, it's north elevation.
That's north elevation?
Yep.
Thank you. On the right side, there's a mark 10 foot. And that, how far that deck comes out off the wall, right there. Right there.
Deck is 8 feet.
John, it's 10. That's an indication of the floor level. The deck itself is 8 feet, Yuri says.
Right.
Your eye.
Thank you.
Okay, could I see the south elevation, please? Okay, yeah, that's appropriate for the area. I think the separation of the windows is very important there, which is visible. The deck is under the 50%. And on the left side, the south elevation, there's a deck up there. What did it say just on the left of the deck? Could I get 2 more points? Jack it up? I can't read it.
It's the floor height level, John, 10 feet.
Deck. Yeah. That's 10 feet. Am I correct?
Floor height. That's the floor height.
We should go back to 8 feet if it is 10 feet. The height there at the chimney, at the gable there. What is the height of the building there?
The main ridge is 29 feet from the grade.
Something missing. Okay. Can anybody tell me what the height of that is?
We just did, John, twice.
I'm sorry?
We just told you twice, 29 feet.
Okay, all right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Those are my comments for now.
Thank you, John. Thank you. Let's see. Diane, you ready? Okay. How about you, Carrie?
I'm ready. I appreciate all the changes you made. It
Hmm.
does make a big difference. The fact that the main ridge, the highest ridge is 29 and the rest of them look like they're all a couple feet lower is good. At this point for me, it's really just about some of the details. Since we're on the south elevation, the central dormer where those 3 windows are, that's a dormer in the connecting mass. But the dormer on the right also connects with that gable and it should read the same height as the other one. And then the one on the left as well. Your dormer plates are all wonky and not lining up. And for some reason it just feels wrong to me. And it catches my eye to say, if you could just change that, I think really the rest of the building is okay. The stair coming down on that one end elevation just seems excessive, but I'm imagining that's not going to be visible at all. But again, I appreciate your trying to reduce this thing some. And the window changes you made were good, and adding the chimney. I'm not sure about the location of that chimney, but I think maybe it should be more central. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay, could I go?
Yes, you may. Thank you.
I was going to say that basically, I think it's a good building. I appreciate the windows being separated. I appreciate the shape of the whole thing. As he knows, maybe he could have had some additive massing, but compared to what else is out there in this particular area, this fits in. I think it's great to put the chimney back. I might think of another strip of trim around the front door so that it had more presence when you came up to it, being that it's a fairly large building. But I think he's done just about everything that we asked. And I think in answer to Carrie's thing on the thing, I think those doors on the right-hand side were 8 feet. Do you think that? And if they were 7, whatever, it would bring it down to so that they were all even along
I
that.
think you're on the
ridge.
south elevation, right, Diane?
Yeah,
I think you're
where
discussing.
where
Eventually,
Carrie mentioned that they were all sort of at different heights. So I think if she made that door on the right smaller, that they would come in even. There it is. That's, I don't know what elevation that
I
is,
can clarify that if you.
but
Right.
if he brought it down, he's got more space between the top of those doors and the eave than he has in the middle of the 3. They sit right on top of the windows. So it shouldn't be difficult to, and the same thing over on the left. It shouldn't be difficult to fix that. Anyway, I think he's done a good job. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Stephen?
Yeah, can I get a clarification through you, Mr. Chair? Carrie, were you talking about doors or dormers?
Well, the dormers, they
That's-
all align differently on there.
Okay,
And that does relate to how they relate to the windows as well, but.
Okay, no, thank you. That's what I thought. I agree with Carrie's statement about the dormer alignment. I'm not as concerned on the south elevation, which is the rear, but I think on the north elevation, to the comments that were previously made about the length and the massing. This is about 9 feet longer than Fort Parsons, which is 78 feet or something like that. This, or 79 feet. This is to me, most of that is in this connector piece. And I understand Yuri lowered the ridge there, but for me, that area looks elongated, and either the ridge would come down to change that perception or something else. And I think that it would need to be done in concert with addressing this concept of the dormer on the left. I'm not necessarily suggesting the dormer eaves all need to be even, but there's but when I say even, the same height. But I think there just needs to be more continuity, because this looks it. I'm with Carrie. It looks, something looks off about those dormers, And frankly, I think it is going to be more apparent and almost a focal point of the design when it's actually built. So I would ask that you consider that. I'm not looking for a dramatic change, but I think there needs to be something to bring those better into, for instance, on the left and on the right, most dormers, lowering your eave to above the window height. So there's a common kind of a design element versus the middle connector piece, which has your head casings buried in the fascia. There needs to be something, I think, that needs to be done there. I think otherwise it's a terrific looking building. There's a lot of large buildings out there. And I think that it's approvable. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Uri, if you can satisfy the other board members, you got my vote. That's all I'll have to say. Can I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
Oh, well, okay, I wasn't expecting that.
Why don't we qualify it and say
About the
modify
stuff,
dormers?
can I lower that middle connector piece, lower the main roof by a foot by either changing the pitch or just lowering that roof? So
Yeah.
what Steven suggested, and then align the roofs on the dormers to be pretty much the headers on the windows and doors would be right in the eaves, like on the other rest of the structure. So they will be pretty much, aligned with the windows.
Well, I certainly be good with it, but it's Diane's motion, so I'll leave it with her.
So Diane, I don't exactly know what was said. So perhaps, Stephen, would you be so kind as to sort of word that such that Diane might be able to incorporate it into her motion?
Diane, are you amenable to that?
Sure.
Okay, so approved through staff, subject to the north and south elevations, the dormers, the leftmost and rightmost dormers, eaves being lowered to track the detail of the center dormer, and the center ridge of on the north and south elevations being lowered slightly so as to, well, we'll just leave it at that, lowered slightly. And Uri, you can get that the right dimension.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's through staff. And are you okay adding that to your motion, Diane?
Yeah, unless you want to ask for revisions and see it.
No, it sounds like we can just have this one done with, and I'd really
Okay,
rather
then
do
through
that.
staff, that's what my motion would be.
Okay, thank you so much, Diane. On Diane's motion, Stephen.
Aye.
Thank you, Carrie.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Very good. Diane, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, so that one goes. All right, now we're on to the guest house. And same board.
So with the guest house, we pretty much have the same idea. It was too big, too tall, so we tried to lower make the massing smaller, make it lower, make the one-story element with the dormer, or story and a half, I would say, with lower the roof as much as we could, and of course fix what Diane had requested, fix the gang windows also issue.
Right. Okay.
So yeah, those are the changes, and yeah, similar idea in the main house.
Okay.
There.
Thank you.
Actually, I'm sorry. We also reduced the deck on the. You can see on this elevation on the left. We omitted that deck on the left because it was kind of getting too big. So
Okay.
it didn't want to exceed the maximal allowable size.
All right. Thank you. Okay, who would like to begin on this one?
I'll go.
Thank you, Stephen. Go.
Carrie, was that you?
No, you.
Okay. Yeah, I think this is totally provable as it is. I'd like to point out, for instance, on the north elevation, Uri, despite the fact that these dormers are different heights, just a common vocabulary as how the eave relates to the head casings. Within, I see one on the left, it's a little tighter, but there's not a shingle space between them. And I think it just reads well. So I just want to scroll down to the west. The stair work, I think the railings are a little bit atypical with that stair the way it is, but I think that given its layout on the site, it's approvable. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Carrie?
Yeah, I've got nothing else to add. I agree with Stephen.
Okay,
Hey,
John?
thanks.
John?
Yes.
Ready?
Thank you.
Thanks.
This is the west elevation.
That's it. Right in
Okay,
front
now
of you.
the stairs, they can be turned so they don't have so much length in stairs. Because, when you said, if it's too long of stairs, you can wrap them around a different way. That's what I find there. So we go to the east elevation, please. All right. Okay, all right, now the north elevation, please. Trying to find the front door.
Right there.
Okay, that should be changed to a different type of style, not the 9 lights. There ought to be a change made in that before they get the permit. And what is the height of this one here? This has got to be, the other one's 27 feet.
This one's 24, John.
4.
Okay, yeah. The stairs bother me greatly, hanging off like that. That ought to have something done to it. Otherwise, the rest of it, as far as I'm concerned, thank you.
Okay. That sounds good, John. Thank you. Diane?
I think it's approvable. The only thing I would mention is that it should be 22 feet, not 24. But I don't know whether it's going to be so noticeable out there with the other houses and stuff around it. Other than that, I don't have any major problem. So thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm fine with this one. Anybody care to make a motion on this? Anyone of any kind?
I'll make a motion.
You'll make a motion.
I'll make a motion to
to
approve,
approve.
subject to limited visibility of the stair on the west.
Okay. All right. That sounds good, Stephen. We'll go with that one. All right. On Stephen's motion, due to lack of visibility,
Limited.
limited
Sorry.
visibility of this exterior stair. Carrie?
Aye.
Thank you. John?
Mr. Chairman, question on the motion. On the
Yep.
east elevation, you said that was the front door.
Yeah.
You gonna change it or you gonna leave it?
Well, the motion is just to approve as is because of the lack of visibility or limited visibility, I should say.
Thank you.
Are you in
I'm in
favor?
I'm in favor.
Oh, okay. Thank you, John. Diane
Aye.
and Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor, so that motion carries. All right, very good. And let's see, well, we have one more. Oh, our cabana pergola.
Yeah.
Same board.
Which one is next? Cabana right now? No, pool.
Oh, I see. You got a fourth. This one is the cabana pergola.
This one is a pool.
Oh, all right. Well,
That's what I see now.
yeah, it is. What are we going with here? Who's in control of the screen?
I'm not.
I know you're not.
That would be me, Mr. Chair. I'm trying to find the cabana. I didn't see it. Kathy, maybe be able to help me out.
How about you had the pool up? Why don't we skip to the pool just to keep things moving while we find out what the cabana is? Okay, so that's the same. Myself, John, Diane, Abby, Carrie. Okay, Stephen, for some reason you're not on, I guess it's because Val didn't sit on the pool thing. So that's our board. Let's go. Anything to say about the pool, or did you change
I think
anything, or did you just have it tracked?
it's pretty straightforward.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'm actually listed as an alternate.
You are, but it's me, Diane, John, Abby, Carrie.
Oh, I gotcha. I gotcha.
Yeah,
Sorry
so
about that.
like you would be the sixth wheel.
The
Yeah,
sixth
sadly.
wheel.
Okay, so we don't need six right now. Thank you anyway. Who would like to start?
I will.
I'll go. I don't think this will be visible from anywhere at any time. As
Yeah.
long as you keep a lot of perimeter existing planting, I think it's fine. The
Okay.
lot is huge.
Yes, it is. All right, thanks, Carrie. John?
On the pool,
Yep.
okay. Did the heavy, the roll cover,
Your eye?
what did it have for a cover?
Yes, automatic cover, yeah.
Automatic cover, John, yes.
Okay. All right. And this is what it's gonna look like?
Yep.
Okay. I'm in favor of it, no problem.
Oh, okay, thank you, John. Diane?
No, I have no problem with the automatic cover. I don't think you'll see it from Devon Street. I'm not sure, but he's got planting all around the edge of the property, so it should be all right.
Okay. Great, thank you, Diane. Abby, how about you?
Am I back yet?
You are now for some reason. You weren't on those other applications, but you're on this one. So
Oh, okay.
this is the pool. We have you listed down.
This is the one out on Tom Nevers?
Yeah. On the big piece.
At a glance, I don't have a problem with it.
Okay, it doesn't sound like anyone else does either. So would somebody care to give me a motion on this one?
Motion to approve.
There we go, Diane, that's the one. On Diane's motion to approve, John? You there, John?
I'm sorry?
Are you okay with the motion to approve? John?
Yeah, I'm, it's very hard for me to hear. The doctor clogged up my ears today, so I have trouble.
Oh.
Thank you.
Okay. I think you're in favor of the motion. You didn't sound like you had any issues with the pool. Abby?
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Carrie.
Aye.
All right, Diane?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. That motion carries. All right. Now,
Mr. Chair,
yeah.
through you, Uri, did you email the Cabana? Because I don't have the latest submission.
I emailed it.
Okay, I don't have an HTTP submission. So what you're looking at right now is the original submission.
Well, did it change?
That's the original submission. Yeah, that's what we emailed. We tracked it with the main house.
Okay, so you haven't changed anything.
I'm sorry?
Uri, you haven't changed anything? We can use this?
Yeah, we didn't change anything. We just tracked.
All right, so let's just review this the way it is then, folks. All right, now to be clear, because the board seems to have morphed during this whole thing, myself, Diane, John, Stephen, and Carrie is an alternate. Okay? All right, who wants to start?
I'll go, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
I just would like to suggest that we consider the hips were removed from the house and maybe not necessarily removing all these, but add a gable on, one of the cardinal axes. So north, south or east, west, probably it's the main over the doors on the north and over the windows on the south. But otherwise, it doesn't seem to me like they're really talking to one another from structure to structure. That's my only comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks, Stephen. Diane?
the pergola is there. That's what we see the shadows of. What's ODS stand for?
Outdoor shower. No, I think it's all right. It's a
Okay.
little hard to understand, but I think it's all right out there. It'll be only 1 story high, probably hard to see.
Right. I agree with that. Okay, Diane, thank you. John?
South elevation, please.
There it is. It's up on the screen.
Well, it's hard to read what that little arrow is for.
The arrow says proposed pergola and outdoor kitchen.
Yeah, could you put 3 notches on it, please? And very hard to read.
How about that, John?
And proposed pergola. Yeah, okay, I can see it, yeah. The only thing I would say that the visibility might be on this from Devon Street. I'm not too sure what house I looked at out there. So I'm just gonna pass it on, let the other members take care of it. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Stephen?
I went, but I'll
Oh,
make
you
a
did. No,
motion.
I'm sorry. You made a good point about the gables. Thank you. Carrie?
I think it's okay for, limited visibility. I think the pergola is a little heavy. It sort of takes away from the simplicity of the building itself, but I'm okay with it because of the visibility.
Yeah, same here. This is all 1 story. Stephen, I appreciated the comment about the gable. I'm not sure that I think that it's necessary, to tie it together because I don't believe you're actually going to see this building. It's so low. So what would we care to do with this one, folks?
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve as is, or the option for the applicant to submit the north and south with gable ends through staff.
Okay.
And that way, if they look at it and they're like, oh, we kind of want to change it, they can. And if they don't have to.
Okay. Thank you for that motion. Stephen, let's see. On the motion, Carrie.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Thank you. Diane.
Aye.
Thank you. Stephen.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. That motion carries. I think we've finished with you, Uri.
Yeah, looks like. Thank
All right,
you.
time being. All right, now we're going to jump over to some Val Oliver stuff at 15 Correa. Board on 2 applications is myself, Diane, Abby. Okay.
I was on it, but I was asked to help out because the agent.
Oh, okay.
available.
I was like, how on earth? Okay, never mind. Well, wait. Okay, so you're obviously not on it, right?
Correct.
Okay, so then we're going to pull in Stephen on this. So it's okay. Myself, Diane, Abby, Carrie, and Stephen on the following 2 applications. Let's go. Val.
Okay. I was asked to help out by the modular company because they want to get this house ordered, and I think Tori might have been away or something. So I jumped in to help.
Okay.
Basically, from the minutes, I think the house was fine. There was some concern with the overall height. They lowered it by 8 inches. And I provided you with some extra photos that you hadn't seen before in case no one could get out there about exactly where it is, what's near it. And I think it's perfectly appropriate for the area as is with the 8 inches in reduction.
Okay.
These are houses around it all in the same area.
We get into there we go.
The biggest concern was that there was some extra space between the sill and the grade. And so we've lowered that to a more appropriate height. and he took out a extra 2 by double something in between. So that's what made up the 8 inches.
Okay. All right, thank you, Val. Who would like to begin on this one?
I'll do it.
Okay, John, go. Sorry, John, you can't. I was so looking forward to hearing your comments, but you're not on this. So who would like to start other than John?
I'll go for John.
All right, yeah, go for John. Thanks.
All right, that front door, I want to take a look at that a little closer. Can you take that up 3 bits?
You do a really good John.
Hey, I'm observant. Okay, that's 6 panel. The meeting rails line up. All right, next elevation, please. All right, fenestration's a little wonky, but it's at the back of the house. Next elevation, please. Okay, thank you. All set.
You want us to take it up a few notches?
No, I'm good.
Okay. All right, Stephen, thank you. Carrie?
I just don't understand the double freeze on these buildings. It's just yeah, it's just a way to mask the extra height. But I'm wondering, can we look at the site plan again? I don't think much of this is going to be visible. So it's no.
And look at the aerial, Carrie, if you have some.
Yeah, no, it's heavily wooded and all that. I think it's fine.
Okay, thank you. Abby?
Well, I had a little trouble with that front porch, but if it really is just that the hip seems a little steep or not steep enough. It just seems a little odd to me, but if you're saying we can't see it, I don't really care. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Abby.
You're welcome.
Diane?
Val, is this David Place's old house?
No, it's next door. And you actually said in the last minutes, this is a good choice for Korea Lane.
Yeah, no, it is. It is. I was wondering then and wondering again because I used to, go down to David's a lot but when he was down there, he was the only house on that side of the street. So I was just getting my mind put together again. Oh, there's certainly nothing wrong with the design of this house, I think.
Okay. I think I got everybody right. And I'm fine. I'm fine with it. Okay, somebody want to make a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted then.
Sounds pretty good to me. Thank you, Diane. On that motion, Ab.
Aye.
Thank you, Carrie.
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
And I'm in favor of that motion. Carries. There's one. And then we're going to look at a garage studio.
Yep, so I think by and large, everyone was fine with this building per se. It was the placement of the building. It was in front of the house. So the driveway has changed and the building has shifted over. So it is not in front of the house, which makes so much more sense. And that's the change.
Okay.
Drawn by Ben Norman.
Oh.
As I said, I'm just helping out a friend here.
Okay. Anyone? Jump right in.
Motion approved is submitted.
Oh, I like that. Thank you, Stephen. Okay, unless there's any discussion on the motion, I'm going to run through the board and see what everybody thinks. Carrie, on the motion.
Aye.
Very good. Abby?
Aye.
Great. Diane?
Aye.
Stephen on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor of that motion. Carries. Okay, Val, there you go.
Thank you.
All right.
Now I'm back to wearing my commissioner hat.
So you are. You came just in time because you haven't featured on any of these until right now. So we're at 7 Weetomo. Board, myself, Diane, John, Abby, Val. And who's here to rep?
Joe Paul.
Thank you, Joe Paul. You want to go for it?
Sure. This is an existing Gwyn Thorson house, just to give everybody an overview, a reminder of what we reviewed last time. And we've got a number of fenestration and trim changes. You can kind of see how far it is from the water there, just as a reminder. And so this page here, I went back to the existing dwelling and then our proposed, which is on the right. But the next page is actually a comparison of what you saw before and what we're proposing. And what this boiled down to was exploring a few cupola options. So I have 3 different cupola options, J, K, and L. I've chosen L, which you're seeing here, because the light proportions are the same glass size as the 3 windows that are over the front door. So that element is clouded. And then the other issue, can you go back up to that page for a second, Holly? Sorry. The other cloud there is a reduction in the deck that projects off the back, which we had talked about. You could really only see if you're on the property, because it's only viewed like straight on from quite a distance from the water. But we cut it back to that column that used to be there. That was the suggestion of the board. In addition to that, it might be hard to see at the scale, but on the next elevation down, the shed dormer, we reduced the fenestration. You didn't ask us to, but my client asked to actually reduce the amount of glass there. So we took out, there were 3 windows there.
On both sides.
Yeah, on both sides. So that's it.
Okay.
Now, sorry, it's not quite it. There are 2 other cupolas, J and K. And if you go to the next page, Holly, I'll try to keep this simple. This has all 3 cupolas, not including the one that you saw last time. So both K and L, one's a 6 light, one's an 8 light. Both of the pane sizes in K and L are identical, and they match the pane size of the A windows, which are the predominant window on that elevation.
Okay.
So, and just as a reminder, there's currently a fake chimney in this location that's painted white, which you can see.
Yeah.
So that's it.
All right. Thank you, Joe. Who wants to start it?
I'll start.
All right.
I think looking at this, the K window, I think is gooder.
The K cupola.
The K
right?
cupola. Yeah.
The K cupola is gooder than the other ones. I like the size of the window panes. They're identical to the windows right below them. And if you're going to have one of those, and it also makes it in more proportion, brings the top down, so it's a little squattier than the J. I think it's good. That's what I would pick. The one below it with the 4/4s is a good shape too. I don't know what to pick out because it's a little wider and it looks a little perhaps more better on top on that roof. Oh,
The
now I
quarter
don't-
scale elevations are the larger one. Just
Yeah. And in what elevation is this? On the west elevation, is there any particular reason that you don't have any window between the first floor window and the cupola?
Oh yeah, there was an existing window there that was a fake window. You can see it in the existing elevations. It's probably back one more page forward. Actually, you can see it there, existing dwelling. You can see that window. That window's existing. It's fake. It's over a sink. You can't, you can see it when you enter their property from their driveway, but otherwise you can't see it. So
You
my
can't see
client,
it anywhere. Well, that makes it better because it looks really weird.
Mm.
Uh,
that's
with
probably why
nothing.
Gwen Thorson put a fake window there.
I
Yeah,
love fake
well,
windows.
he was good at that. You can't see the first floor, I don't think, from driving along the street. I just have a problem with all the windows on that south elevation being molded. I think that's a lot of windows. They're good looking and everything, but there are more windows than there are walls, I would think. So, that's the only elevation that really disturbs me. I would go along with either the 4-panel or the 3-panel for the cupola. I can't decide. So I guess I cannot decide once in a while.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Diane. John,
Yes, could I have the plot plan, please?
Remind me, are we just talking about the cupola and that addition on the?
Wait. I don't want to confuse. I have the floor. Would you please wait till I'm through?
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. Maybe lost my mind. What the? Yeah. Okay. 7 Martimo, that's what I want. The
John,
yeah, okay. All right, go to the front door, please.
there it is, John.
All right, there's the ABC listed here. Okay. All right. North elevation, that must be, I take as the front door.
Correct.
That should be changed over and put single side lights, not double. And the other cupola is not suitable for this style of house. There should be no cupola on it. So that should be removed. Thank you. That's my comment.
Thank you, John. Abby. Oh, so Abby,
Can I just say?
No,
Mr.
don't
Chairman?
say anything.
Don't.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Abby, do you understand what's under review right now?
Yeah, I thought it was just the cupola and the far right.
No, he's doing several things to the house.
The comments were on the cupola and the deck, and we are changing the front door because it's existing French doors there. So.
Correct.
Okay. Well, I'm an L person. I think the smaller cupolas are too cat in the hat, too tippy and too small. I wouldn't even mind if it had a row of shingles on either side. So as far as the cupola is concerned, I like the L or even bigger. I don't have any other comments.
Okay. Thank you, Abby. Val.
I had no concerns about this project from the beginning, except for the depth of the deck, if it could be seen. I know that the French doors are now the front door, so the change to this, it makes it look a little more front doorish to me. And I agree. I think with Abby, I like the larger cupola for some reason. I feel like it balances out this house. So
Which would
that's
be
my
the
comment.
L. That would be the L. As
Yeah.
opposed to the K, I think, which was a 6 rather than an 8.
LMNOP.
Okay, so, and I think Diane was okay with either one of those.
But I think the 4-panel is really good. It makes it bigger and makes it wider. I would go with them with the L window.
The L, yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
So I think that we have liftoff if we all agree that the L would be the one that you go with. I think John might be opposed, but other than that, it would be okay. So can I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Yeah, please.
I motion to approve with the larger cupola
The L.
L, and just to notate that we find the front door acceptable because it's replacing 2 French doors.
Correct. Okay. So approve with the L and French doors being replaced as it makes it acceptable with the current door layout. Okay, so that's Val's motion. On that motion, Abby.
Aye.
Very good. Diane.
Aye.
Great. John.
No,
Okay. Val.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Motion carries. Okay, now on to 1 Appleton.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thanks. Myself, Diane, John, Abby, Val. Got somebody on board for this? Oh, I
Good
remember.
evening.
Yeah.
So the last time we presented this project, we were asked to move the left top panel and right top panel down, and also make the overall pattern less asymmetric. So you can see the old design that we had in the top right there. As you can see, we've been able to achieve this. So both the left and top right sides of the array have been removed, and we've actually lowered things on those outer wings.
Good, great. Thanks, Tim. All right, so board members, I think you know who you are. Who would like to start?
I will.
All right.
Thank you, Tim. This is very well done. Thank you.
All
And
right.
we do like to work with you.
Thank you.
Thank you for working with us.
When we're in a good mood, we do. Okay, so thanks, Val. Abby.
I'm have not seen square panels before, so I'm really appreciative of that, unless it's done in perspective.
Okay, so it is. So I think I'm speaking for Tim here, but I think that they only appear to be square because they're in portrait mode, meaning they're vertical as opposed to horizontal. Is that correct, Tim?
That is, Mr. Chair, yes.
Well, I suggest that you start making different sizes because it would fit into our situations better. But as is, I'm fine. But,
All right, thanks, Abby. John.
yes. One Appleton Road is, it's visible from Appleton, what is that road there? Ballard Road. It's visible, but it's appropriate because it's not in the old HDC area. And I feel that it's a needed thing. It's going to happen a lot in the future in America. So I would say that I think it's improvable. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, John. Diane.
No, I think that it follows our rules and regulations of not being on the main street facing forward, with it being split between Bartlett and Appleton. And I think it will work out. I just don't remember whether the roof is black or not, Tim.
No, this roof is not black.
What color is it?
It is a, how would I describe it? If you look at the pictures, I think you'll be able to see it. So if you look at that top right picture there, that's the front.
It's almost like a weatherwood, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it is. Yeah.
that's good. I'm okay with that. It looks like a charcoal gray.
Yeah, it comes as close as you can get, I guess.
Okay.
And it looks like it's a good one. Looks like it's fairly new. So there you are. I would approve it.
All right. Well, how about we do a motion then? Because I think we're all on board.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, thank you, Abby. So on Abby's motion to approve, Val.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Very good. Diane,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. That motion carries. Okay.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Tim. Okay, so the next two at 43 Kendrick, I am not on. So Diane, if you could take the mic, I'm going to mute for a little while.
Not long, not long.
Okay, well, that's fine with me. I'll be back.
Okay, so this is 43 Kendrick. Who is, do we have somebody?
Yes, good evening, everyone. Chip Webster here on behalf of the applicant.
Hello, Chip Webster, how are you?
I am doing well. How is everyone tonight?
Good, good.
Okay, this is, can I share screen or?
Yeah, if you can get them to do that, there we go. There you are. I like your dragon.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Let's see. I want to show windows. And okay, did this come up okay for everyone? Did that come up?
What is it?
It should be the locust plan.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Good evening again, Chip Webster, 43 Kendrick. This, as a reminder, is in Tom Nevers. It's an oversized lot at the end of a dead-end street. Interestingly, it's 2 lots down from an earlier application that you looked at, for your eyes application. And I think he did a beautiful job of establishing the height of the houses in the area and also the lack of visibility of this area in general. So again, you can see on this, the size of the house relative to the overall size of the lot. The neighbor to the west, there's no road on this side. There's a neighbor that has a similar size lot. The house is set back very far from Cumberland Road and is bordered to the south by over 1,000 acres of conservation. So any visibility that would be of this house would be from Kendrick itself. We have a number of photos and perspectives we've created from these points, which I'll show you momentarily. But first, I want to go to the proposed elevations. Okay, actually, this is good. This is a blow up of the site itself. The way the house is composed is there's this dark area right here has, as you'll see when we look at the elevations, has a lot of glass, but you're not going to see it because this east wing here mitigates it completely from Kendrick Street. So I just wanted to point that out as we're looking at the elevations of the 4 sides. So this is the north elevation. You can see it's pretty straightforward. This is the south elevation that I was speaking about. You can see it does have a lot of glass, but you won't see this. There were some comments from the first time that you viewed this with concern on the size of the chimneys and how tall they were. So we've lowered both chimneys and we've made them much smaller so that they're a standard size of a chimney. We also lowered the ridge on this east side, which we'll look at in a second. Here we go. So this is the side that runs along Kendrick. You would have some visibility of the second floor of this over the vegetation. The previous design brought this ridge across. We're now proposing to drop this to 1.5 story massing with a flush dormer to break up that ridge. And you can also see, although you won't see it from the road, but in the distance, we have made the chimneys smaller. And then this is the west elevation that faces completely opposite from Kendrick. So again, you won't see that at all. So I want to go to the photos and perspective views that we've created. So starting here, this is the entry into Kendrick from Tom Nevers Road. This is about halfway down entering towards the property. The property is all the way at the end of Kendrick. Continuing further and further. So this is the property right here. This is the corner of the property. The proposed location for the house is way back in here, which we'll see coming up. This is the intersection of Cumberland and Kendrick. So as you approach the house, as you get closer, you will see the top of the house. You'll see that there's a widow's walk, and you'll see this middle mass and then how the roof line steps down. This is immediately adjacent to the house on Kendrick. We are also, the client is adding additional vegetation and a berm along here such that it will be completely blocked out. But even with the existing vegetation that is there now, you can see, you would see the top of this, this side here. And then as you get to the end, this is the very end of Kendrick, looking back at it, and you can see the little bit at the top. Okay. So and then this comes back again. This is showing, you know, you'll see it from over there. So I turn it over to the board for comments, please.
I will turn it over to the board in just a minute. I was asking the last picture that you had, we did see the second floor right there. Which elevation is that going to be?
So here, this is the top of the south elevation. So what we're looking at there, whoops, sorry, we go the other way.
Traveling too fast.
I'm sorry. So what you're seeing is this right here.
Are we going to see the top floor with all those windows?
You won't see this, but you would see this.
Okay. Okay. Let me get my commissioners making a statement. Okay. See whether we are going to do that. Abby, what do you have to say?
Well, the fenestration is frightening. I just, who knows what's going to happen to this island? I know it's not in our purview if you can't see it, but geez, that's pretty extensive. So I would say that the second floor fenestration has to be modified, even though you say we can't see it. And I do believe that the roof walk sitting right on top of that dormer is, we just had this in another application, and somebody called it out, not me, because I'm not that astute. But I think if we can look at the opposite of this south elevation, the way that roof walk sits right on top of that shed dormer, right on the roof line, I'd like to see something change there, so it's not
right.
So whatever that is called. So that's what I have. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Let me get Johnny McLaughlin. Johnny.
Hello.
So what do you want? What do you think? What do you think about this?
Okay, I have some comment. Not compliment, comment. Can I see the front of the house, please? Okay. The front door is inappropriate. That's what I'm seeing there. To go further with it, it's about, I'd say about, trying to guess, I can't see the height. Could you open it up some more, please?
Yes. The proposed height is to that middle mass is 2910.
That's 19 feet to there, but how far to the top? 29 feet, okay. All right. Go to the rear elevate, okay. Rear elevation, please. Okay, let me see. Bridge. Uh, if there is any visibility, it'll be from either Kendrick Street or the one next to it on the other side of this, which you might possibly see those 3 windows on the second floor. But the first floor, I would question that. I would think you take those 5 multi-lights that are there and put in double hungs in those areas on the 5 of them to match the rest of the house. Those things are going to stand out on the second floor from everywhere. Those are my comments. They ought to change them windows. Thank you.
Okay, Johnny, thank you very much. How about you, Val?
I agree with what's been said. I think for me, this doesn't look like a house. It looks like a commercial structure. Like I think I said before, it looks like a hotel. I do think that we will see the second floor and above. So the dormer and roof walk connection is a no for me. It's very strange. And the pitch for that dormer is only a 3 pitch. I think the dormer should go away if you want a roof walk. And the windows primarily on, what is the rear elevation?
This is.
Yeah.
South.
Is it
South.
that? It's south?
Yeah.
Don't seem to relate at all within the house. There's so many different pane sizes. I think if it can be seen, that will be confusing. And I don't disagree with the front door changing and looking more like a front door. I guess the massing is pretty typical for the area, but fundamentally, I think it needs to have some work done to the fenestration and the roof walk and dormer.
What would anybody think of a view with poles going up to the height of the second floor so we could see whether those windows were visible or not? What would you think
Sure.
of that?
Madam Chairman, I comment. That actually was a request 2 meetings back, and we did put up polls for that, which may still be there. I don't know.
Okay, because I is coming in next is 1, 2, 3, 4. Stephen, you have something to say.
Yeah, I think it's been said, so I agree with the comments so far, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Well, I too think that the second floor is too busy. I think from that one photograph that Chip put in, you're going to see that. I think that a roof walk on top of a dormer from one end to the other is inappropriate, and the pole should come down and not stop up there anyway. So I was wondering if I could get a motion of sorts so we could review this better, whatever.
Madam Chair, could I make a comment, please?
Who's that?
It's me, Chip.
Oh, yeah.
The guy with the dragon in the background.
I guess you can.
So it seems like the comments are pretty consistent on 3 items, which are the front door, this dormer, and then these second floor windows. So I would propose that we would be happy to eliminate that dormer, change to a traditional front door, and put in double hung windows here, if that could please the board.
Okay, well, that's good. Let's hear what anybody has to say about that.
Well, the hard part about that
Abby,
is
did
we
I hear
don't
you
know.
start to say?
Oh my God.
We don't know what.
We don't know what the configuration is going to be, you know?
I would do a traditional 6-panel door with standard side lights on the front. That's easy. Remove this completely. So this is just a roof. And then these would just be 2 double hungs in place of each of these windows. To matching the standard A-type window.
Mr. Chairman.
So do you want to hold for revision to make the view what would be best?
I can make a motion on that, Madam Chair. The motion would be
Okay.
to approve through staff, subject to the front door changing over to a 6-light with side lights on that is the north elevation, I believe. I usually have the drawings up on my screen, but I just put this one away. On the south elevation, is that correct? Is the rear, Chip?
Correct.
Yes.
The second story windows in the main mass labeled larger lights would go to each window would be turned into 2 A-type double hung windows spaced proportionately, and the dormer and the rail would be removed on the what would be the equivalent of the 3rd floor.
Madam Chairperson,
Okay,
this is John.
yes. Thank you, Steve. Is that it? Wait a minute, Johnny, just wait a minute. Okay, Steve, are you finished there?
Yes, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Yes,
I have-
Johnny.
I have a missed comment. I forgot it. I'd like to bring it up. First, you should realize one thing on these large windows, of 5 of them, that you realize how big this house is sitting on that lot. How much you got to clear and expose to the public view. That's important, and that's in value to this property right here. It's probably a good looking house for that area, but you need some changes on those windows. That's all I'm saying. Please think of that when you vote.
John, my motion includes changes to those windows. There'll
Say
be
that.
double hung windows, just to clarify through you, Madam Chair. John,
Yes, windows,
motion-
do you want, Steve, do you want it to come back or do you want it through staff?
No, the motion is through staff. I was just clarifying to John through you that on the 2nd story at the rear, those windows are eliminated, John. They're double hung now.
And the dormers,
And the dormer's
And
gone.
the dormer's gone.
And the railing on the 3rd floor.
All 5 will be highly visible. Thank you.
Okay,
right.
that's my motion.
So Abby, on Steve's motion,
Repeat it, please.
I'll be brief, Madam Chair. On the north elevation, the front doors to go to a 6-light with side lights. On the south elevation, the widow's walk or the dormers to be removed, the railing on the 3rd floor is to be removed. The 3 windows on the primary mass are to be changed over to double hung A-types as shown to the left on the secondary mass.
thank you. Okay, Abby, on that motion,
Sorry, I hate to clarify, but on the south elevation, you're saying that those huge picture windows will be changed to 2/2s?
no, there'll be,
Yes,
spaced like the other ones.
Right, so there'd be 2 of them there on each,
correct.
on each thing.
so there'll
Yes.
be 6.
There'll be 6 windows up there.
Yeah, that's a lot better. I don't know what Chip will say, but yeah, I'll go along with that.
All right, Val,
I,
okay, John, Johnny,
I'm here, yes, with the changes, if they're recommended, with the changes that were mentioned, I agree, yes.
okay, and Stephen, on
Aye.
your motion. Thank
Aye.
you. And I am also, so that is good. Now we do the garage.
And I'm going to stop sharing this because I don't have that one queued up. So Gonna pass it back to you, Holly, please, for the garage.
Chip, can I get clarification while Holly's pulling that up? The garage was a garage and now it's a shed?
Yeah. So this should be really easy. It was going to be a garage with basically the second dwelling above it. That's been removed. It's a one-story element. It's made to a very low, simple shed. So we can see in a second what that looks like. Yeah, it's right here. There we go. So this was on the upper part was the previous submission. It was previously submitted as 2 stories with finished space above it, and now it's proposed to be a single story shed element.
Okay. So, Stephen, do you want to begin? Steve? Oh, what happened to everybody? Abby?
Yes.
When everyone's ready, I'll.
Oh, I called for you. Can you do that, Steve? Can you begin?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. We couldn't hear you before. I
I've
don't know.
just got a thing that says my connection is unstable. I'll be very brief. When you're all ready, I'll make a motion to approve as submitted.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Abby,
I'm fine with it.
good. Val,
I want to know what a breezeway is. Are those doors?
No, they're open. It's basically 2 open spaces that you can pull a vehicle underneath with no doors.
Yeah.
okay.
I think it's weird, but okay. I mean,
Johnny, what do you think of the shed?
Madam Chairperson, thank you. I have something to say. Looking at it with the stairs, there's room there for the stairs to move back closer to the building and have it hanging over like it is with it coming down the way up.
No, you got the wrong one. This new
What?
shed is just that little single story building with 2 breezeways and 2 French doors in the middle. There's no staircase. It's only 1 story high.
This is for the garage, right?
John, that the garage was the previous submission. That's
Yeah.
no longer on the table.
Well, I guess
It's what's on in front of you now.
Oh, okay, all right. Stuart Henry, yeah, the second one, that's the garage, right?
No, the
Look at
garage
something at a
was
time.
revised to a shed, which is in front of you now, which is basically a building with 2 breezeways.
I got it now. They still had the past on when I looked at it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so Steve, you want to make your motion?
A motion to approve is submitted.
Okay, thank you. Abby,
Aye.
Val,
I'm a no.
Oh, there we go.
John,
Hey,
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm an I too. I know it's weird, but I don't think you'll see it. Okay, the next one, is 33 Main Street,
Thanks,
Wisconsin.
everyone. Good night.
Good night,
Night,
thanks.
Chip.
I'm back. Thank you, Diane.
Okay.
Okay,
Before you start, Mr. Chair, I'm not on any of the next 4.
and
Am I?
it's like 8:25, so I'm thinking we'll probably just cover 4. So your
I
suggestion.
mean, I'll hang out, but I'm just
I
not.
don't think you need to. Because
Okay.
honestly, Lisa's doing her class on Mondays, so she's not going to be around at 9 o'clock anyway. So,
Okay.
all right, or before 9, I should say. All right, well, so good night, Val. And Abby, let's see. Did you just say something?
I was just wondering if I was on any.
Well, yeah, you are actually. You're on this one.
And the next one?
Actually, you're on this one and you're on the last one on old business.
Okay.
I know that comes as bad news to you, I'm
No,
sure.
I'm fine. I got a nice break. Thank you.
Okay. Well, so let's continue. All right, 33 Main, Pool, myself, Diane, John, Abby, Carrie. Mr. Trost, are you on board?
I am.
All right.
Can you hear me okay?
Hear you just fine. Thank you.
Good. It's good to be back.
I bet.
It's been a while.
With the pool in Wisconsin, I'm sure you're delighted.
So you guys are all familiar with this application by now, I'm sure. And the last meeting, we made the revisions that you see on the plan now of further screening and showing the pool equipment location. And then at that time, I think it was held for a viewing, which I assume was viewed. And, I think in this situation, I mean, I know the whole, everybody doesn't like the idea of pools in Sconset. This property is just outside the core historic district. And it's also just outside the Sconset Old Historic District, of which I think there are certain pool limitations that don't apply to this property. And the other thing is that the location of the pool is, as much as it's going to be made part of the Main Street lot, it is right now, the location that we're showing is on a lot that has Bunker Hill frontage. So it's not actually a Main Street lot. And,
Okay.
it's really hard to see it from anywhere on Bunker Hill, Main Street. It's pretty well protected back there. And those are my comments.
Okay. Did we get a Sconset advisory on this?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Sconset Advisory took a look at this on April 26th for the revision. Do note that there was, and I don't know if Kathy was able to send that around, but there was a letter that was received in opposition to pools in the old historic district of Sconset. But as far as this piece of property goes, I just want to remind the commission, this is a individually significant per the HTC survey in 1989 of a circa 1848 hilltop built by for Charles G. Coffin. The Sconset Advisory's comments were extra screening is noted and appreciated as in the location of the pool mechanics. Thank you. Their overall concern still maintained that pools are out of character for the Sconset on Main Street. And while it does have access off of the other street, it still is, the structure itself still fronts on historic Main Street, but it is screened as proposed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks a bunch. I should just ask, is there anybody in the queue who wants to speak on this application? I didn't check, but if there is anybody that wants to speak on it, you have to unmute and announce yourself. Sorry? Was that somebody?
No.
Okay. All right, I'm going to take it to the board then. So myself, Diane, John, Abby, Carrie. Who's my first victim?
I'll go, or let Abby go.
Go ahead, Abby.
Oh,
Carrie.
did you mean Carrie? Because
Whoever spoke
I'm
up.
sorry, I thought that was you that said that, Abby.
I
Carrie.
spoke up.
Yeah, go ahead.
While I maintain it's a big fat bummer to have pools on Main Street in Sconset, I think this one is showing good screening, and I trust that David will do his damnedest to make sure that thing is never seen. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Carrie. Abby, no, Diane, you were next, right?
All right. This is a house on Main Street. I think putting a pool in there, the house right next to the end of the old historic district, is not appropriate. I think I would like to get, when we have something like this, a copy of the old historic district in Sconset, because it goes in and out and zooms in and out. We went out there. I did not, but my photographer did go out and take a photograph. In the picture here, you've got A, B, C, and D from visuals. If you move the C over to Lincoln Ave, which I think that is, then you get a straight look. The other houses that have pools near this area are set back. They're not on Main Street, and they're well covered. I didn't say that Main Street, this one is not well covered, but it is Main Street at the corner of Maury and Main Street. It is the Main Street coming into Sconset, and I think it is inappropriate. It may be a good pool, but it can be seen from up near the water tower or the old water tower, and I think that in this case, it should not be accepted. The other one across the street is, I don't know how it got approved, if you want to know, but I think the ones that are approved are set back. They're in a different street. They're not on Main Street. So that's how I feel about it.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. Let's see, Abby.
Yeah, I'm with the Sconset Advisory about on this one. I think it's a nicely planned pool, but I have to say I would not. I'm afraid of a precedence here. It seems to be starting, and so I am against a pool on Main Street and on within a historic house, I might add.
Okay, Abby. Boy, when it gets to me, I'm gonna have you reread Sconset Advisory, because I thought that they said that they were okay with it. John.
Yeah. Yes, I have a comment, Mr. Chairman. If it is screened properly according to our general rules and regulations that accepted, that if it's screened,
I don't.
You continue to historic district area. And that's what bothers me, to do it. But if it's screened properly, it could be approvable. That's what I'm saying. It's a hard thing to make a decision like this in Sconset, right on Main Street. If once a guy gets a permit, puts in all the trees and stuff, and all of a sudden he decides to take them out, what do you got? Swimming pool. So it's very hard to sit on this one, but I think it's a problem, and it'll become a problem more or less in the near future in the old historic area of Sconset. So at this time, I would say that they do a better plan of screening, because there's not much on this one here that says existing hedges and tree and perennial. Excuse me. The pool itself, does it have the roll top on it?
Dave,
The-
can you answer that?
The auto cover?
Yeah,
Yes.
it does.
It has a roll top?
Yep.
Okay, that's all I'm saying. Just be careful with it's in the old HTC area. I'm strong on it. Thank you.
Okay. So Holly,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
could you,
Yes.
thanks.
Sconset's comments were, extra screening is noted, as is the location of the pool mechanical. So they were appreciative of the screening provided.
Right.
Their overall concern is Sconset Advisory still maintains that pools are out of character for Sconset's Main Street.
Oh, I see.
They understand, just like I think this commission does too, that the pools are allowed with this zoning district. Yes, it's located within the old historic district of Sconset that was created in 1955, but the zoning SR 10 allows them. That's the overall concern.
Mhm. Thank you. Well, I think Carrie said, if David is going out of his way to screen the bejesus out of this, so, and, as long as it's invisible and we append the, our usual proviso onto that, if it's not visible, it's kind of, it's not out of our jurisdiction, but if something's not visible, then we can't say no to it. Just because I don't like it fundamentally. So I'm okay with it as proposed. So would somebody care to give me?
Quick point about it.
Sorry, I got a bunch of sort of, who said what?
Sorry, Ray. I just wanted to make a quick point of, if you look at the locus aerial plan, you'll
Yeah,
see it's sort of embedded in the middle of the block.
yeah.
I think it's going to be screened not just by what's being planted around it, by the many buildings in between it and the roads around it. So
I do agree with that. Thank you, Carrie.
I wanted to point that out.
All right. Yes, John.
I would like to, at this time, make a motion to hold this for viewing. I'd like to go and review it again.
Wait, well, gosh, we were supposed to have viewed it already.
I'm sorry?
We were supposed to have viewed it already. I think, it's a little unfair to the applicant, but, we did have time to go out and view it. Plenty of time, actually.
Well, I need more information on it, that's all.
Well, what kind of information, I guess?
Whatever's written on that plan, I can't see it, I can't understand
All
it.
right, well, let's enlarge it here.
I think we all should go out and review it. We're gonna run into more of this in Wisconsin as well as Nantucket. I don't know, it's just very hard to find the proper pronunciation on it. It is a pool. Is it visible? That's questionable.
I just want to make sure, we did have this on the viewing list.
Yes, of course.
Yes, Mr. Chair, it was on the view.
Right. So I actually think that it's unfair to the applicant to move to view it again. This process is now taking months between, one review and another review. And I think it's just unfair. So,
Mr. Chairman, would you show me the application, please, before we vote?
the application, there you go, John.
Okay, 33 Main Street, okay.
Mhm. Anything else?
Yeah, that's it.
That's it?
There's not a lot of information written down there.
Well, because the information is on, why don't you scan through the whole application? And the information is actually on the plan.
Yeah, right, as Mr. Crowe might say, how much more do you need? I gotta agree. Thank you.
Okay, well, can I have a motion from somebody, please?
Doesn't look like it's going to go anywhere, but I would motion to approve.
No, I would like to say something before you make your motion. Can I do that?
You can, Diane, go ahead.
I'm sorry to be
No,
such
no, it's all right, go ahead.
HTC mission is to promote the general welfare of the inhabitants of the town of Nantucket. Yak, and it goes on saying the buildings, places, and districts through the benefits resulting in the economy of Nantucket in developing and maintaining its vacation travel industry through the promotion of these historic. In these matters, the HDC is sole adjudicatory authority. So don't tell me that the zoning board overwhelms us, because our mission does not see that.
Who said
That's all
that?
I want.
No,
What?
who actually said that?
That was said by the Historic District Commission
No.
background.
Who said that the reason that we're approving this is because it's allowed by zoning? Who said that?
I don't know whether it was the HD, somebody said that zoning precluded with the denial of it. Just now.
No.
Okay.
I didn't hear that from anyone.
I only heard that zoning allows it in this district.
Well, okay, it wouldn't, David wouldn't be applying for it and wasting our time if it wasn't allowed by zoning. So the fact that it's allowed by zoning, is okay. We all agree that it's allowed by zoning, but we are allowed to supersede zoning, and we do so many, many times a night. I don't think that was necessarily the rationale for approving it. Just because zoning allows it, that means we have to do it. Not at all.
Right.
I mean, I personally would be approving this because the applicant has demonstrated that's completely screened from any public way. Now, the neighbors.
But it isn't. I told you that we have photographs of C, which is up on Lincoln Avenue, the old water tower coming down. You look right down to it.
Diane, you and I disagree on that particular point.
Okay,
So,
well, okay.
okay. All right. So, Carrie, were you making a motion?
Yes, and I just want to qualify it again, because this is very far off the road. And part of my reasoning is that just recently one was approved closer to Sconset Village, closer to the road. Yes, it was screened, and that's why it was approved. This is the reason why I'm approving this one. These conditions are even less visible in my mind, in my experience of this area. So my motion is to approve due to lack of visibility.
So if I could, usually when we're doing a pool like this, particularly if it's contentious, what we want to do is append the proviso that says the pool will not be visible from any public way at time of inspection or thereafter in perpetuity.
Yes.
Okay, so that's part of your motion?
That's part of the motion for sure.
Okay, so let's just see where it goes. Okay, I gotta have my list of who's on it. So on the motion, Abby,
Regretfully, no.
you're again, no, you don't mean regretfully, no.
Yeah, I do, because I think they made a really good
Oh,
try.
okay, well, okay. All right, so that's a no. John,
Mr. Chairman, I need another view. I don't care. I'm going to recuse on this. Thank you.
well, you can't recuse. You can abstain, but okay, so let's keep going. Diane.
No.
Okay. That comes as such a surprise to me, Diane.
Does it really?
I'm speechless. Okay. All right. So Carrie, on your motion. Carrie, on your motion.
Sorry, I was muted. Aye.
Oh, okay. All right. So I'm in favor of Carrie's motion. However, folks, we have 2 in favor, 2 opposed, and 1 abstention. So, Dave, I hate to kick the can down the road, but I think we're gonna have to entertain a different motion that might be John's earlier motion to view.
I mean,
John?
could I ask a question?
Yes, you may.
Would it be possible if, to be approved by staff if we were able to provide photo proof of lack of visibility, further photo proof?
John, Dave,
Yes.
you need John's vote on this, and I
Yeah.
don't think he's going to go for that, honestly.
Okay.
All right. So, John,
Yes.
you're sort of like, you're the tiebreaker here. I hate to place that burden on your shoulders, but you are. And if it makes you feel more comfortable or makes you more decided in your view of this, I think that maybe we should look at your motion to view again. Do you want to view this again, John?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Sorry.
I
You're
can-
the deciding vote, John, and it sounds like maybe if you really need to go out and see this again, view it again, that's the only way we're going to get this to move in one direction or another direction. So what I'm asking you is, do you want to make a motion to view again?
Yeah, I'm just confused on the whole issue here. I'm not trying to be against or for Mr. Trump. He owns the property, I believe, so. It's still in Wisconsin. That's what's got me right now. I try to remember the houses because I got this island memorized. And
Right.
No, not anymore.
I got the wrong house, but anyway.
Hey, John, the motion to move it forward was tied out. So they're asking if you want to do another view to make a motion.
You want me to make a motion?
Yeah, to view.
Yeah.
So you can go look at it again.
Okay, yeah. It's got me boondoggled right now, you know?
What?
I don't want to make a mistake in Wisconsin or anywhere else that's on HTC.
It's just a view though, John.
I'm sorry?
It's just a motion to view. So you get a chance to take a look at it and ascertain what you want to do at the next meeting.
Or, John, if you feel strongly about this, then you could vote against the motion that we just made rather than abstain, and then then the motion would die.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
in a case like this,
yeah.
abstination counts as a negative vote.
Oh, so the motion already did die. So
It died.
that's moot.
Yes,
so,
it has died.
all right. Well, maybe we can slice this a slightly different way, and we could either move as John wants to view, or move to disapprove this application. Anybody? Come on, somebody help me here.
I make a motion. What do you want for a motion?
How about to disapprove?
I make a motion to disapprove the pool at 33 Main or 30 Main Street.
Okay, thank you for that motion. Let's see where that goes, Diane. Okay, so on that motion, Carrie.
Mr. Chair, I just got a call from Carrie. Her thing just died and she's trying to get back in.
I can't believe it. I just can't believe it. All right, maybe we should just abandon this meeting. I mean,
Hello?
It's 10 of.
Wait.
The Sellers Connected Help. I'm the trainer that's been assigned to you for.
Oh boy. What a night. What a night. Okay, so what are we going to do here? I mean, can anybody offer me any?
Can I make a motion for a view? Or are we
kicking the can? All right, but that's fine. That's fine. Okay, so the motion is for a view. On that motion, John. John.
Motion is to what?
Is to view.
To view it?
Yes. Are you in favor of the motion to view?
I'm in favor of viewing it if we put it on the first thing next meeting.
That wasn't part of the motion.
Okay.
Hold on. So let's see. Abby, you made the motion, right?
Yes.
Could you append on there to view and hear it at the next meeting, which, by the way, John, is on Thursday? Okay?
Yes.
All right. So Abby has adjusted her motion to have this viewed and reheard on Thursday at the beginning of the agenda. Are you in favor of her motion?
Seconded.
Okay, fair enough. Diane, are you in favor of the motion?
She's muted.
Diane?
She's muted.
No, I'm unmuted, muted. I'm allowed that. I am approving your motion only
Okay.
because I am a lovely person.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you. And Abby, on your motion?
Yes, aye.
Okay, and I'm in favor of that motion. Thank you. All right, so Dave, sorry, friend. There you go.
Well, he.
So will it
Something.
be up at the
Thursday.
beginning of the next
So you're
meeting?
going to be up at 1 o'clock on Thursday afternoon. Okay?
Okay. Does
Now,
Mr. McLaughlin need a ride out there?
pick them up, bring them out
Okay.
there.
No
I'd be
breaking
happy
any
to.
arms.
I'd be
Okay,
happy
no, okay, folks, we got 10 minutes left here.
Thank you.
And I know that people have been waiting like crazy. Now, is Carrie back?
I just got back.
Okay, so you're on this. Stephen's here, John's here, Diane's here, and I'm here. So let's go before something else fails.
Everything's failing.
Yeah. Mercury must be in retrograde. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, could you
This
name
is
me?
Tom Cleveland. Are you ready for me?
Yes, hi.
Hi. Thanks for making room for us tonight. We're starting on 3 School Street.
Right.
Up first are the south elevation,
Mm-hmm.
and we have removed the roof walk, as you can
Oh.
see in the top center of the lower drawing.
Mm-hmm.
And in addition, we have made that left upper window thinner to be in proportion to the windows on the front, the older portion of the house facing School Street.
Okay.
Okay, so
Mhm.
yeah, Holly, if we can move to the next drawing. So we're now looking at the north elevation.
Okay.
And the top, we have removed the chimney enclosure. And let's see, we've also removed the outdoor shower.
Okay.
Thank you. And then we've graphically, as requested, we're dashing in now the fence so that you can see the brick
All right.
foundation
Yep.
of the house.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, moving down. Now we are on the west elevation. The roof walk is shown removed again, and the small peak that you had of the chimney is now been removed. One thing I should correct is we did elongate the windows in the gable facing sort of in the center. I don't know, Holly, you can put your cursor over those windows.
4 windows.
Four windows.
The C windows.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And then we've also indicated as requested the change in the grade there, indicated with the dashed line, where we've brought the grade up approximately 2 feet at its highest point.
Okay.
And then if we can continue to the east elevation, here again, on the left, you can see that the roof walk is removed. The chimney has been removed. We've indicated that the skylight is wood frame skylight as requested. A little bit further below, the outdoor shower has been removed. And again, we're dashing in the proposed fence to match the existing so that you can see the brick foundation. And then we've shown approximately about a foot of additional kind of fill there so that you don't step down before you step back up onto the porch.
Okay.
Yeah, and that, and then here we've got the previous iterations that we've looked at with you before.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You are welcome.
So Holly, HSAB.
Yes, Mr. Chair. For this typical Nantucket, HSAB did take a look at this on April 26th. Very simple on the main dwelling addition. On the east, the dormer H window is still too wide, creating squarish panes, make this narrower. And those are their comments. And I do believe there may be some neighbors in attendance this evening that may have some additional
I'll get
comments.
to that next. So the only comment they had was on a window on the east elevation. Am I correct?
Yes, sir. Let me get to
Okay.
that.
And it was too wide? Was that the?
The panes. That's the north, west, east. I guess it is here. Yes.
Which one?
On the dormer.
Okay,
See
so
how
I should
squat.
explain to Mr. Flavin. Okay, so see how those panes are horizontally formatted?
Yes.
Okay, that's something we discourage. We always want to have the panes vertically formatted. So that's that comment. That window might want to go to an 8/8.
Right, and I think we'd be very comfortable making that change.
All right, that's good. All right, so it sounds like maybe there are some neighbors that would like to speak on this application that are in the queue. If so, I would like you to unmute and announce your name and address for the record. Anyone?
Yes. Hi, this is Jenny Baldock.
Okay.
And I live at 7 School Street. I'm directly across. 5 was moved to Brant Point years ago, so I'm really the abutting neighbor. And I look at the west elevation.
Okay.
And I really appreciate many of the changes that have been made to make this look more historic. It still is, the massing has grown dramatically because of raising you can see it there, you're raising the roof. And actually, Holly, do you mind going back to the west? Yeah. So you can see it's grown up a lot, but I really respect their wanting to make the house more livable, and I've never said anything about that. The thing that I continue to object to, and that frankly actually wasn't particularly visible on the plans, I actually thought they had taken it off the last time, which is why I didn't mention it, but is the second floor porch, which is from Lucretia Mott, is visible from it. Basically, it's like 3 stories up from Lucretia Mott, and it's fairly large. It's almost as wide as the bedroom it adjoins. And there's just nothing in the historic district in that area where you have this kind of peekaboo roof, a porch that looks like it should be on a house on the beach, and not on a house in the historic district. And there's many other ways in which the house has become less historic. There are those 2 French doors, but what you don't see in this elevation is there's another door that faces out to the street. So when you're on the street, you're seeing 3 doors in a row. And again, in the scheme of things, I'm okay with that. It's really the porch that is of concern to me.
Deck.
Yeah.
The second floor deck. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. That it?
That's it.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, with that, I'm going to turn it over to the board. Who would like to begin?
Hello?
Oh, is somebody
Hi.
else?
This is Suzanne Kendall.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
okay.
Okay, go ahead, Suzanne.
Yes. Well, we own the Barnacle Inn, which is just on the other side of the Prishamont Lane. It's been there for a long time. We just think has a somewhat, the porch in particular has a non-historic appearance. There's no second floor, or in our instance from us, it would be on the third level. Porches.
Okay, I think you're referring to the deck, right?
The deck porch.
The second floor deck that was mentioned by.
Yes, that's our concern. It's actually almost like a third floor.
Okay. Is that it?
That's pretty much it, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank
All
you.
right, now I think we're ready for the board. Who would like to begin on this one?
Ray, can I confirm that I'm not on this? And
You
I,
can confirm that. Yes, you are not on this.
and I believe.
And
I-
there's no way we're going to get to the next one, number 21. So you can
Night,
Abby,
night.
dismissed.
Thank you.
Have a nice night. Okay, so Diane, are you ready? Stephen, are you ready?
I am, Mr. Chair.
All right, let's go.
Oh,
Yeah, let's stick with Stephen. Go ahead, Stephen.
Okay, just from the top, I'd like to thank the applicant's agent for submitting the dash line on the plan drawing. That's an important aspect of the review. On the elevations, the south elevations, I appreciate the changes with respect to removal of the roof walk and the, I think the window changes de minimis, but it's appropriate. On the north,
To replay your message.
Okay.
I guess I got a message. I'm going to check that in a second. On the north elevation, the roof walk, the rear porch, actually, I think the rear covered porch on the first floor, I think is appropriate. I also would just like to say thank you for showing us what's actually behind the fence and including the dash line. I'll give a nod to Diane. She is very often saying she doesn't like the gang windows. I find it interesting that this is an historic structure, although this is a new addition on the left. There's copious amounts of gang windows, but it does look better without them being ganged on the west elevation. So thank you for that change. That little deck, I mean, I do understand that you've made some changes to your previous submission. I don't know the exact date, but it was wider and I believe it was deeper. I would like to see if you could make that a little shallower. You know, I'm not looking for a Juliet balcony, but you know, we're not going back to Shakespeare and Verona, but I do think it should be a little shallower. It is not really typical in historic structures. I am, however, open to being persuaded. If you can come in here with a few pictures to demonstrate that I missed something in my walking around tours, I'm happy to learn and change my perspective. But in the meantime, I would suggest that this would be, really, it would be a deck that is more a token deck, but it does give you an in-swing door and maybe a place to put a plant out there. On the, let's see, the east elevation, I have no concerns other than if that skylight is more than, say, 26 inches to add a vertical exterior strip running parallel to the slope of the roof, which is a typical type of an adornment in the skylights in town. And those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Stephen, thank you. Diane, you ready?
yep, I'm ready.
Okay.
On one of the elevations, I don't know why my iPad keeps changing the elevation. I think it's the front elevation, which I don't have. I have south elevation, and
The south is the front.
Yeah.
all right, it's not that one. It's everything is a 12/12 except one window, which is a 6/6, and I just wondered why. There it is. There
Oh,
it is.
yeah. Yeah, same thing applies there. It's very horizontal. Yes, Diane, you're correct.
The other thing was, do we have a site plan? It would be nice to see it has been mentioned to me that the new deck on the second floor lives right up against the inn, which is across the street. So the people on the deck are looking into the Barnacle Inn. I have not had a chance to get there. I am not sure whether this is true. I've been trying to go by doing the site plan on the street, which this is not the site plan on the street. Do we have a site plan that shows the streets?
Oh, a locust plan.
Locust.
There we go. There it
Yeah.
is. So Barnacle Inn is the long, well, Diane, you know that.
Yeah.
That really long thing is Barnacle Inn, yeah.
Right. And it goes right along. And there's a considerable height between Lucretia Mott and School Street. I'm not sure. I just say I didn't get a chance to look, and I had hoped that somebody else had a chance to look at that particular relationship with the Barnacle Inn. Since I did not, and I'm not sure how it works. They were just concerned about the closeness of the inn to the house. Other than that, I didn't hear because I was trying to find my notes on this. Why did they have 6/6 some windows and 12/12 on others?
That, can I answer that one, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
Yeah, Diane, that window is an existing window in
Oh.
the old part of the house.
Oh, interesting.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that there are two.
And if I could just address the visibility from the inn is very minimal. It's really
Okay, well,
between two houses.
all right. Understood, but let's see what the other board members have to
Okay.
say first, okay?
Thank you.
That it, Diane?
Yeah, I don't have a major problem with it. I just wondered why there were some 12/12s and some 6/6s, because there are more than just that one 6/6. But we've already spoken about the shape of the glass of pane of glass. So
Right.
that's okay.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Carrie?
I appreciate all the changes you've made to simplify. And I do think while the ridge of the addition is a bit higher than the old one, I think the fenestration is so much better. That dormer on the third floor, it sort of seems originally I thought it was too big and sort of atypical. And I still think that. And the second floor deck, I feel like it's pretty well tucked in, and the fact that it's wall shingles instead of balusters really helps it disappear. I don't think it's as big as everybody feels like it is, and it's on an elevation where I think visibility is not high. So that for me is not horrible. There are second floor decks around town in certain places. And I think that's about it.
Okay, thanks, Carrie. John?
Mr. Chairman, can I have north elevation, please?
North elevation, coming right at you.
Yes, sir.
So the lighter one is the existing, the one down below it is the proposed, John.
I'm sorry, I can't read that red writing on the top left. There's a square there, right there. Is that
okay.
a skylight?
How about now?
I'm sorry?
Yes, it's a skylight.
That is a skylight.
Yes.
Is there another one being requested for that roof?
No, hold on, guys.
Yeah.
The thing that's right to the left of the chimney is an existing roof hatch to remain.
Okay.
We're not adding that.
I didn't know if they were going to apply for a second one there.
No,
Excuse me.
it's a hatch. There's the
Oh, it's
only,
in front.
there's the only skylight, John, right there.
Thank you for all your time, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, John. So I got an idea here. I think that you might be able to, we might be able to approve this through staff, given a couple of concessions. One, the obvious that was already discussed is taking that 6/6 double hung. Yes, correct. Thank you, Holly. And changing that to an 8/8. That would have been per HSAB's comments. And then the second, I think in order to get Stephen on board, you're going to need to do two things. One, put the vertical muntin down the skylight, which is a traditional detail. And the second would be to pare back the second floor deck that seems to be the lightning rod for controversy on this particular application, pare it back to be less deep. And if you were to concede those things, I think we could get you an approval.
Yes, I think we would be
Mis-
willing to do those.
Mr. Chair,
could I-
Mr. Chair, could I get a clarification?
Yes, Stephen, go ahead.
What is the depth of the deck on the second floor as drawn? It's not shown in plan or elevation, just because I'm not sure why I'm not seeing it in an elevation. Maybe I missed it.
You can tell from the side.
Yeah, I don't, it's blending in or something. I don't see it
Blends
anywhere.
in really well. You can just barely see it there, Stephen, that little triangle.
Oh, yeah. So I'd say if you cut that back by half.
So basically you wouldn't see any parapet wall. It'd just be cut into the roof.
Correct.
That's kind of what he's suggesting, which would make it about 5 feet deep, I think.
Okay.
You know, I'm just guessing here. But so there was somebody else that wanted to say something just a second ago when Stephen spoke up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the homeowner.
Oh, hi.
Hi. I would like to suggest that, Colin, you show the visibility. My main point here is the deck is invisible from any public way, basically. And this is what we have pared it back so that it would be invisible from any way. And I appreciate the Barnacle Inn weighing in, and my neighbor, Jenny. I have planted in favor of Jenny some screening that she knows about at great expense. And should that screening go away, she might see something on the deck, but it's very well planted, holly trees along the border, and I hope to keep it. But that deck is not visible from any public way, or is almost invisible. And I think we can show you that really with respect to the Barnacle perspective. So Colin, could you show that?
So, Mr. Russell?
Yes.
I'll address that in my motion.
My statement that I made earlier was just a suggestion.
Understood.
It was not a motion. I don't make motions, but it seemed to be a suggestion that would enable you to walk out of here with an approval without too much fanfare.
Mr. Chairman, I would like nothing more than to walk right. After this being my 6th meeting.
Yes.
All told. So I know you appreciate that, and I really endeavor to do that. I'm willing, certainly, I think you will agree that we've given up a lot here in favor of your views. And I would be happy to go along with the other suggestions you've made tonight. But this deck is not visible. And I think that it's already de minimis in size, in my view. And I just don't think it's going to be reasonable to reduce it. And I would hope that if we show you how it is invisible, you could accept that and make that motion for staff approval with the other changes that you suggested.
Okay. So for those of you who are interested in paring back the deck, do you want to see the additional information about, that Colin would provide that would show that the deck is invisible from a public way?
No, but I would, if a motion is made, I'll make the motion that if it is visible from a public way, based on the testament of the applicant, that it be removed as opposed to be approved in a subsequent application.
That's, you know, Steve, couldn't you take a look, but take 1 minute.
I just want to be clear, you know, I may have misunderstood the applicant, but I believe he said that he had put in some screening that he would be removing if the neighbor had a concern, and then she would be able to see more. And basically, I don't find that appropriate for discussion during our meetings. So
Stephen.
I'm just telling you my perspective on this.
Right.
Appreciate
And
that.
if we're going to approve it, then it's going to be subject to no visibility and its removal if it is visible.
Stephen, may I ask you a question? I did not say I was removing anything. I said I hope to retain it. So that's quite a different subject.
Okay.
And my
Looking to retain it.
motion will include that any vegetation on the site will remain and be maintained in perpetuity. Thank
Okay.
you, Mr. Chair.
That's if it dies.
Hang on.
But
Ray,
I
can
would
I
really
ask-
like you to just look at what we prepared for you to see how, how it's seen from Lucretia Mott, which is the key.
Okay. So
view.
Yeah, I'm Mr. Chair, I'm looking at the images on that are provided in the packet. I've already previewed those. I just want to be clear for the record that the information the applicants is talking about, I have viewed.
okay.
So
But we
just to be
received a
clear,
letter today. Today, we received a letter and we prepared a response to that letter. I think it would be fair to let us show you what Colin Flavin's company prepared.
Okay,
just
well, it's
outrageous.
9:15, so we're 15 minutes past our break point. Everybody's tired and everybody's kind of a little antsy. And so what we could do is motion for revisions.
If we are the number one for the next meeting, as the previous
No,
applicant said,
that's not
happy to do that.
motion for revisions would put you, you'd go back in the queue and we'd see.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have any desire to do that. We've been through
Okay.
this.
All right, so then I think that let's just see where this goes.
can I just get a clarification, Mr. Chair? Is the applicant saying that there's additional images other than what's in the packet?
Yes, sir.
He took some today in response to a letter that was filed by a neighbor, I'm pretty sure.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
So it's up to you all. I mean, I'm happy to look at it, but
All right.
well,
Well,
I don't want to be holding this up on a deck on a second floor.
right.
The other thing is we could approve it without the deck and then you could come in for a revision when you have a little bit more time.
That
It's-
actually is another.
Not willing to do that. I'm asking you 30 seconds. Just look at this picture.
All right, it's up to the chair. I'm fine with it.
Nathan, can you put that up?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Holly, may I share my screen, please? Thank you.
Oh, that's 20 seconds.
So
Okay.
this is a view from Lucretia Mott, and the deck is back here. There's existing trees on both our client's property and the neighbor's property.
Mhm. Okay.
Show
Thank you.
this.
Thank you.
It's not what I
Um,
wanted you to show.
All right. So Diane, I think that a few minutes back, I think you had to either make a comment or ask a question.
I want to ask you a question. On that stupid porch, there's a thing that says copper cap. And I didn't know what a copper cap
Oh,
was.
yeah, I saw that too. So what is that?
Yeah, that's flashing on the top. And we can cover that with a cedar board.
Yeah,
if you-
you need to do that.
Yeah.
You can't have the exposed copper there. Okay, folks, listen, it's a long night. Can somebody give me a motion on this one, perhaps to move the ball forward?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that
Yeah.
we adjourn now.
No, we can't do that, John. We have to finish up this application.
I'm sorry?
We can't motion to adjourn in the middle of an application. It's just, you can't do it.
I'm
So,
making- Continue this.
no, I don't like that motion. Can somebody else jump in?
I'll
please?
make a motion.
Thank you.
John, I'm sorry, but I'll make a motion to approve through staff, subject to the following. I believe it was, is it the dormer window we want 8/8?
Correct.
So
Yes.
dormer window on the east elevation, 8/8. The, bear with me, I'm just looking through my elevations on my own screen here.
And the skylight, you want to have the little vertical muntin.
Yeah, add on the north elevation, add a mutton centered on the skylight. And the rear deck, I just want to look at the elevation where that is kind of hiding out.
Yeah.
I think that should, the motion is to bring that back 2 feet from its as drawn.
Okay.
Yep.
And the copper
Oh,
cap.
and cover
Oh,
the,
and a cedar cap versus natural to weather versus a copper wall cap.
very good. Okay, that is the motion, folks. So on Stephen's motion, Carrie,
Aye.
very good. John,
Aye.
thank you. Diane,
Aye.
very good. Stephen, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. All right, folks, that's that. Now, we're gonna have to hear the hardscape later. Hate to tell you, but we're all ready to have our glass or 2 or 3 of wine. Right now.
Irish whiskey, my friends.
Thanks. We'll see you a little later for the
rum.
stuff. Now, so everybody, thank you for hanging in there. It was a tough night. And I'll see you on Thursday at 1 o'clock. Is there anything that's time sensitive, or can we follow John's wish to have a motion to adjourn?
Would you like to approve the minutes from April 20th and 22nd?
So move.
All right, so there it is. On the motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Stephen,
Abstain.
okay, Diane,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
and I'm in favor.
I
So,
make a motion to adjourn this meeting.
okay, I just want to make sure that the vote on that one was 4 in favor, 1 abstention on the minutes. Excuse me. Okay, so now there is a motion by Diane to adjourn. John, do you second that motion?
What motion?
Motion to adjourn, you silly. Okay, so I think John's in favor of the motion. Stephen?
Aye, aye, aye.
Carrie?
Aye, aye.
All right, Diane?
Aye.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
Good night, y'all.
Good night. Thank you
Night.
so much. Night.
Great. Changing the atmosphere, okay? I have a quick comment. If you're in Hong Kong right now, and you're on the waterfront, and you look straight up in the air, you're gonna find the brightest yellow sky moon you've ever seen. Thank you.
Oh, I'll try it out. Bye. Thanks, John.